Now News studio, Kyle Payne, welcoming you to our continuing coverage of the Tupac murder trial. Keffe D, Duane Davis on trial for murder for orchestra. Outside earshot of the jury, there he is, Duane Davis, accused of orchestrating the murder of the rap icon Tupac Shakur. We had 5 days of testimony. There were a couple of half days, but on Friday, Keffe D, his emotions bubbled over in front of Judge Carly Kearney. He directed some comments at her and at prosecutors, seemingly with the permission of his attorney, Michael Sanft, after listening to hours and hours and hours of audio testimony. Part of our one of the cornerstones of our continuing coverage is the yellow and black transcript of those audio recordings in which Keffe D, Duane Davis, seems to repeatedly tell law enforcement his version of events of the night of September 7th, 1996, in which Tupac Shakur was shot and killed in his in the BMW driven by the founder of Death Row Records, Suge Knight. And so it seems that during testimony, Keffe D argued to the judge that his address was being released, that the public and the witnesses who were involved in this case were able to somehow track down his address, track down his sister, and he was not happy about it. And he had an exchange with the judge explaining that, had a little back and forth with the prosecutor who sort of sarcastically said, "Your Honor, what I think he's upset about is that we're prosecuting him for murder." And it's the first that we've heard from him since his exclusive interview with 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy, who's in the courtroom for every day of trial, offering live reports on our 4, 5, 6, and 11 o'clock newscasts on the broadcast side of the 8 News Now operation with Brian Loftus and Denise Valdez. So, let's get into that really quickly. This is soundbite A, where Keffe D, after the morning of testimony on the final day of last week, had this to say to Judge Carly Kearney. Sade.
Hang on one sec. For the record, the jury. Maybe it's accident? Okay, yes. What's up?
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car. You know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways. That there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues. Okay, so your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. The guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing at Mr. DeJark.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset I'm prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset because you prosecute. You're endangering my family's life.
Okay. State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. We'll be in recess.
So before the lunch and recess, Judge Carly Kearney saying it goes both ways and essentially telling both the prosecutor and the defendant and the defense attorney, look, control the witnesses who are going on the stand, who it seems also outside of the vision of the jury that Keffe D and the witnesses, when they walk off the stand, well, I guess the jury's in there for some of that, have had minor exchanges. Keffe D doesn't say anything, with his voice, but he may lip something or have some silent message for a witness who was testified against him. And there have been a couple of gang members testified, about their role in the gang and explaining who Keffe D was on the streets, in the Crips, in Compton, and especially with regard to the beef with Death Row Records or with Tupac Shakur, all stemming from, well, not all stemming from, but largely stemming from the fight inside the MGM after Mike Tyson's fight led out that night. Mike Tyson beating Bruce Seldon at the MGM, and then this. We've seen this so many times, and prosecutors have put on witnesses who have tried to identify all of the people doing the kicking. We know that the person being kicked, who's getting his butt kicked there, is Orlando Anderson, who no longer is alive, died in a shootout sometime after the Keffe D shooting. We know that Tupac Shakur is in there, involved in that action. He was in the gold shirt leading the front of that charge, and that Suge Knight was also involved in that. He, of course, was the founder of Death Row Records. And we hear so much about Death Row Records, which prosecutors, through testimony from the one-time head of security of Death Row Records, and then eventually, after Suge Knight went to prison, the de facto owner or leader of Death Row Records, Reggie Wright Jr., who called Keffe D, a low-level player, called him at some point a crackhead. Well, in his testimony, the prosecutor or the defense attorney asked him how much Death Row was worth at some point. He valued it at $500 million, and Reggie Wright Jr. shrugged and said, well, I thought it was $3 million, but I guess when it's that much money, what does it matter? There's just a ton of money there. And there's been so much testified about the interplay between the gangs and the musicians and the police and Tupac and other celebrity musicians' names have come up. Suge Knight leading a company that involved Tupac, and we hear about Snoop Dogg, and we hear about Sean Puffy Combs, part of another record label, Bad Boy. If you watch that clip with Keffe D where he talked about his family's safety and his complaints with how the trial was going, which was certainly unexpected, usually an unsanctioned move. The defense attorney generally won't allow his client to have that kind of an outburst, but Keffe D is outspoken. He spoke at length with our Vanessa Murphy. Really, no topic is off the table when it comes to his interviews. But if you watched that clip, you saw in the second row on the end our Vanessa Murphy, who's been in the courtroom and done such an excellent job providing her live reports. Well, Vanessa also provides live reports to the world at large on social media, and I don't think I could do a better job recapping the day's events of day 5 as we lean towards the beginning of second week of testimony, day 6. And let's watch Vanessa's report after a full day of testimony on Friday.
Day 5 in the trial of Duane Keffe D. Davis, who's accused of orchestrating the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur here in Las Vegas 30 years ago. Now, Davis expressed concerns to the judge. He says he believes police and prosecutors are putting his family in danger by releasing information about locations, names, things of that sort. He expressed the same concerns to me in that face-to-face jail interview I did with him shortly before the trial. The judge told him it goes both ways, but she did listen to what he said. Now, we heard from several witnesses. One of them, the man who took the last known photo of Tupac that very night, September 7th, 1996. He says he came across Suge Knight and Tupac on the road, asked what they're doing, asked if he could take a photo, and then he was going to follow them to the club, and then he heard that pop, pop, pop. We also heard from 2 men who say they are documentarians. They worked on Death Row Chronicles. One of them, a consultant, said that he contacted police about Davis's interviews from Death Row Chronicles. The other admitted Davis was paid for his interviews. I can tell you in journalism, paying for interviews, typically not the standard. We heard parts of Davis's interview with them. We also heard another interview where Davis was making admissions to the LAPD and Las Vegas Metro Police. He did have his attorney with him, but he still sounded confused about whether that information could be used against him. And at one point, when the Las Vegas Metro Police detective left the room while Davis was looking for some sort of clarification about what he should or should not say, the LAPD detective remained in the room and was part of that conversation. I thought that was really interesting. What we haven't seen missing in this trial is hard evidence placing Davis at the scene. Right now, we've heard his words where he has said repeatedly that he did take part in the murder of Tupac Shakur. We also heard him alleging that Sean Puffy Combs played a role in it. As you know, Combs has never been charged, and LAPD said they tried to investigate that avenue but appeared to hit some dead ends. So that's the end of week one. I will post a report, my live report from the courthouse shortly. End of week one. Week two starts next week.
To Vanessa's point, week two starts in just a few minutes as you look live at the Great Seal of the State of Nevada. That is sitting above the bench where Judge Carly Kearney has been presiding now through a week of jury selection and an entire week of testimony. Week two, you heard Vanessa discussing Sean Puffy Combs, and his name comes up quite a bit in testimony. It seems that the police were trying to get Keffe D, Duane Davis, accused of orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur, of any involvement with Sean Puffy Combs. They wanted to see what Keffe D had to say, and they asked a lot about him. But another person to ask about Sean Puffy Combs is none other than 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy, who, when she sat with Keffe D, Duane Davis, she asked him specifically about Sean Puffy Combs in Soundbite C.
So my lawyer came and met me a few times, and he gave me a script. He said, remember this stuff, this is the only way you're going home. And they was trying to target Sean Combs. They was trying to target him. And they gave me a script to read. He said, remember this stuff. And I just came, I remember this stuff because I used to do plays when I was in elementary school, because I had a good voice. And I remembered the script, and I came in there. He said, "This is the only way you're going home." And I just said the script from what my lawyer said. Even that morning, I went up to his office and practiced the script. You know what I'm saying? And I just read that script, and he said, "This is the only way you're going home. And it's going to save all your friends and all your family."
I'm working from a script in some of these FBI and law enforcement interviews that the jury has heard hours and hours of, and that we, during our wall-to-wall coverage of the trial, have shown you on our screen. And when they play that audio, which is generally terrible quality, you'll see the black and yellow transcripts as you follow along with the audio. And speaking of audio, I want to make sure you understand that when Vanessa interviewed Keffe D, Duane Davis in jail at Clark County Detention Center, he's been there, and he was in prison for 2 years for his role in a jailhouse altercation. He's at jail interviewing with Vanessa, and they were in a private room together with Metro correctional officer and public information officer. And the audio in that interview sounds a little tinny because he wasn't allowed to wear a microphone on his lapel like so many of the people we interviewed do, because it was just against the rules. So if you saw, there was a chair with a microphone near it, and that was the reason for that audio. And just by way of transparency, that's why it sounded like that. But Keffe D was talking about the script that he read and what they told him. If you want to go home, you're going to say this. And we don't know if that's true. I mean, there's been nothing to say that it is or isn't true. But there was a confusing part of that audio transcript where Keffe D testified, or in his law enforcement interview, where he explained what he thought the deal was in these proffers. Were you promised anything? Were you given immunity? Were you given any reason to testify? And a lot of times in these proffers, the police aren't investigating the guy they're interviewing. So they say, look, tell us the deal. Tell us what's happening, and we won't use it against you. And to that end, that makes sense, because if they were interviewing to find out about Sean Puffy Combs, or in another situation, they're interviewing to find out about the murder of another rap icon who's now not alive, Christopher Wallace, Biggie Smalls, that's what some of these things are about. So what they say to him, look, we're interviewing for this. And so if you want to talk about that, we may or may not use it against you. But it seemed awfully confused in Soundbite D when they asked Keffe D, did they promise you anything to talk about this? D.
Regarding this Tupac murder, were you ever, to get it clarity, promised anything regarding Tupac?
He's from Las Vegas. He's from the Las Vegas Police Department. Nobody has told you that the Las Vegas Police Department has promised you anything.
Or did any other agency promise you anything regarding the Tupac case?
That's where I'm
I'm
going.
gonna just say this. They said anything I talk about.
It's confidential and covered, right?
Yeah, and they said, you cannot be charged on it.
No. Regarding the Tupac. I'm talking to you now. Did we ever promise him anything regarding the Tupac?
No, we've never had that conversation about the Tupac case.
Nothing.
About promising. The Tupac case is different than some other issues. But your conversation with him is because you weren't involved in shooting Tupac. That's the reason you're here.
Yeah.
That's correct?
Right.
You weren't involved in shooting him in any way. You didn't. Although things happened, it wasn't because you was out there trying to shoot Tupac.
I wasn't trying to shoot him.
You had some issues about Suge and some things was told to you, but it wasn't about shooting
I
Tupac.
wasn't about shooting.
So in that clip, Higgins, who looms large in that clip, is his attorney, Higgins, who's also no longer alive. So many people in this case are dead, including virtually any possible witness other than Suge Knight. And so to that end, Keffe D in his book, Compton Legend, where he admits to a version of events where he threw the gun in the back seat leading to the shooting of the rap icon Tupac Shakur, well, he says that he's the only living witness to the murder, and that may well be. But now that we're knee deep in the testimony, awaiting week 2 of trial, in that audio you heard them repeatedly saying, "Well, you're okay to testify to this because you didn't have any role in the shooting." And that was a 2009 interview. But in that interview in 2009 with law enforcement, in a 2008 interview in law enforcement, in his book, in documentaries that we're going to discuss in a moment, he does seem to admit that he was involved. And in that very same interview, he talked about his role in the shooting in clip B, as in boy.
How many times did Orlando fire? Approximately.
Maybe about 5 or 6.
5 or 6 times?
Yeah.
Did he empty the gun? Do you know what kind of gun was it? Was it a revolver or was it a semi-automatic?
Semi-automatic.
Do you know what kind of gun it was?
Yeah, from the newspaper reports.
No, he's telling me.
40 Glock.
Okay, he's telling you what you.
A 40 Glock.
40 Glock, okay. What color was it? Silver, black? Black. When he finished firing that 40 Glock, did the slide stay back? Was it empty?
If you know this thing.
It wasn't empty. Okay. And you think 5 or 6 rounds?
Yeah.
How fast did it take him to fire 5 or 6 rounds?
I was pretty fast. Maybe about 3-4 seconds.
Okay. Were you watching the BMW when this occurred?
Yeah.
What did you see?
I seen the bullet like going Suge head. I seen the boy jumped up and down, trying to get in the back seat.
The boy being
Tupac.
okay. And you actually saw something hit Suge in the head?
You think you saw something hit his head?
Yeah, I thought he was dead.
Okay. What part of you indicated the top of the head?
Yeah, because he had been over like this.
Trying to get into the back also, or leaning towards the back?
Like,
Oh, into the passenger side.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And then you saw Tupac bouncing around. Did Tupac try to do anything?
No, he was trying to get in the back seat, trying to duck, trying to hide.
Okay. And you're pretty sure he was hit?
No, I thought just the boy was hit.
Just Suge.
Yeah.
So, Keffe D, Duane Davis on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur here in Las Vegas in 1996. This case now at the epicenter of the legal world, the Regional Justice Center in downtown Las Vegas on the 12th floor. This trial unfolding before our very eyes and over wall-to-wall coverage on 8 News Plus. We're covering the trial from beginning to end, all the way through what could be another few weeks. The prosecutors and defense attorney telling Judge Carly Kearney this could be a month-long trial. So, look, we've heard a lot of Keffe D's words, and as our 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy, who's in the courtroom throughout the trial and providing live reports on our 4, 5, and 6 o'clock news on the broadcast side of the 8 News Now operation, I agree with her that prosecutors may still have evidence that directly ties Keffe D to the crime. but we haven't heard it yet. We've only heard his own words, version after version after version, not only in the written word in his book Compton Legend, for which he says he was paid $150,000, and he met with a ghostwriter for a short time, and the ghostwriter went on and wrote his version of events, and that Keffe D telling our 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy he wasn't even in the state of Nevada. But that either life imitating art or art imitating life, Keffe D was the subject of some video entertainment, Hollywood, if you will. Documentarians testifying. Actually, also the person who took the last known photo of Keffe D, giving our James Schaefer a wonderful interview and a great story you can see on 8newsnow.com and read James's 2,000-word version of events from Leonard Jefferson, who took that photo and remembers saying, "Hey, Pac, and then can I take a picture?" And Tupac gave that expressionless stare, telling James Schaefer that Suge Knight actually locked eyes with him briefly before going back and looking at the red light that they were at in the very, very preceding moments of that deadly shooting. And so we heard this is all beginning to come together as we hear all of that audio testimony of all these many police interviews and law enforcement interviews with the FBI and federal agents. And then the documentarians take the stand, and prosecutors and the defense attorney wanting to know, how did you get all of the goods on Keffe D? Like, how did you know Keffe D was telling the truth? You gave him, 10 grand, you gave him 20 grand to sit down and tell his story about the nights of that shooting. And how do you know that what he's telling you is true? And they said one of the investigators in the case, Detective Kading, gave the documentarian all of the case file. And so they were able to look at the proffer and look at the interview that Keffe D gave and said, oh, well, this is the version of events he told police. And if he sticks to this version, I'll know that, there's some consistency. And if he doesn't, I'll be able to say, hey, well, you told police this. Why is your testimony any different today? And I found that fascinating. We're going to hear from that Detective Kading, who also wrote a book and was involved in some of these productions in one way or another. And in clip F, we hear from one of those producers who explains how he took the 2008 testimony or interview from Keffe D and used it to his benefit in his Hollywood production. That's letter F.
Did you hand him the 10 to 20K check before the interviews for the series?
No.
How did the film studio obtain the audio recording of the 2008 proffer?
It was given to me by either Mike Dorsey or Greg Kading, I can't remember.
Did Duane Davis have any right to approve or edit what recordings or edits were included in the docuseries?
No.
Was the proffer used to compare or confirm the story Mr. Davis was telling for TV?
Yes.
How was the decision made to use the proffer for TV?
In my case, I just wanted to present as complete a picture as possible. So I used elements that perhaps were missing from the interview that I conducted from the proffer. So I just, it's just little bits that perhaps were not quite clear in what I did, or vice versa.
And so the decision was yours, I think is what
The
you're
decision
saying.
was mine, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
State follow-up questions?
Yes, sir.
Defense?
So I just want to share, sir, with your last answer. When you felt like something was completely covered, you used the proffer to help you with that presentation?
When I felt that something was not completely covered, yes.
Okay.
I used the proffer.
So not necessarily his own words in the interview, but rather something that was in the proffer recording.
It's the same thing, it's his own words.
I understand, but I'm just saying that the timeline here, you're talking about the interview that occurs in 2017 versus the proffer that was given in 2008.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's Mario Diaz, a documentary showmaker and filmmaker, or showrunner and filmmaker. The documentary was to show the story of Death Row Records, including its downfall. And the downfall includes some of this, because Tupac Shakur was an earner for Death Row Records, and he was making millions. And there's a conspiracy theory out there, widely circulated and even discussed in this trial, that a motive for this murder that doesn't involve Keffe D is that Suge Knight wanted maybe to get rid of Tupac, because Tupac was going to leave Death Row Records. And there's no proof of that. That's not my theory. That's a theory that, like I said, is widely circulated. And I want to explain also a couple of things about the clip you just saw. First, you saw Judge Carly Kearney reading those questions to Mario Diaz, the documentary showrunner and filmmaker. And there's a lot of things that the jury is learning here. They're learning about record companies. They're learning about gangs. They're learning about murder. They're learning about cold cases. And they learned a little bit about Hollywood from Mario Diaz and another documentarian who say that they paid Keffe D. It's $10,000 or $20,000, and Mario Diaz said he doesn't know who wrote it or how much, but he knows he handed Keffe D a check. Well, Carly Kearney's reading those questions because the jury wrote them for him. This is a very inquisitive jury who, after the prosecutor and defense attorney are done interviewing Keffe D, the judge says, do you have any questions? And the jury will write the questions. The judge will then hear in the white noise part of the trial where they go up to the bench to where Carly Kearney sits. They discuss the admissibility under the rules of evidence of these questions. And then if they pass that test, the judge reads them. And that was the judge reading Mario Diaz those questions. And they were discussing the proffer and how he sort of worked it with if Keffe D did cover something or didn't cover something. The filmmakers were able to use the recordings from his interview with police in 2008 to go over some of that stuff that he said and to make sure that it was consistent. And then they could at least say to him, hey, look, you told the police in this interview in 08 or 09, what happened and why are you telling me something different? Well, the jury also got to see some clips from this documentary or these productions, and to give you a sense of what they saw, in letter E, Keffe D went on to discuss his nephew's role in this and why Tupac Shakur may in the end still not be with us.
Why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Because I wanted to get the truth out. This was the spot that changed my life forever. September 7th, 1996, the night of the Mike Tyson fight, Tupac jumped on my nephew. Went down. My nephew was young, 20 years old. He didn't do nothing to you, He didn't do nothing to you. Tupac should have kept his hands to himself.
When Keffe D. Duane Davis, accused of orchestrating the murder of the rap icon Tupac Shakur, says that Tupac should have kept his hands to himself, that's when we get into the beating that took place after the Mike Tyson fight at MGM in the moments leading up to the death of Tupac Shakur. That is the beatdown of Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane. There was some gangland hijinks. These guys in the varying gangs didn't necessarily get along, and there was an episode that keeps coming up before the Mike Tyson night, before the night of Tupac's death, at a Lakewood Mall in California, where Baby Lane Orlando Anderson was involved in the snatching of somebody's death row necklace chain. And as a kind of a payback for that, when the people leaving the Mike Tyson fight that were part of Tupac and Suge Knight's entourage saw Baby Lane alone in the MGM lobby, they kicked the bejesus out of them, as my mom would say, and stomped him. And then by way of motive, Keffe D in his book and in other places says, look, we were going to avenge the beatdown that my nephew took. They separated his shoulder, and the rest is history. They went looking for Tupac because they know of his involvement, and they said he had to pay, essentially. Keffe D said that in so many words. They went into the carriage house, 662, Club 662, looking for him. They laid in wait. They did not find him. They eventually went on with their evening, went to the liquor store, and as they're driving down the street near Flamingo and Koval, they, according to Keffe D, they see Tupac hanging out of his BMW carrying on with some fans who, in Keffe D's description, are yelling, Tupac, Tupac. And Keffe D even told law enforcement in one of these proffered interviews that if they hadn't seen him doing that, they wouldn't even have got to Tupac that night, and Tupac might still be alive. And then, of course, he told Vanessa Murphy, or he said in other instances, that he didn't do it and that he wouldn't have done it with all the police hanging around after the beating. And so they would have waited till they got back to Compton. But we don't know, because he did indeed, Tupac, die that night inside of that BMW. And if you heard Keffe D's testimony, Keffe D told authorities that it looked like Tupac was trying to get to the back seat to avoid being shot, and that Suge Knight took some shrapnel. Suge Knight did have some minor injuries, but was treated and released. And Tupac died 6 days later after his injuries. He told a police officer in the ambulance, the same police officer who on a bicycle pulled Tupac over in the Suge Knight BMW for not having a license plate, that he was not going to tell them who shot him, and that the streets would be the ultimate justice for Tupac Shakur. So we are awaiting day 6 in court, inside the courtroom in the Regional Justice Center. Keffe D on trial for his life. Prosecutors ready to present their case in chief on day 6. We're expecting Keffe D now, as the bottom of the hour is here, 9:30 on Monday morning. Here in the last week of August, Keffe D, we heard from him on Friday saying to the judge that he was worried for the safety of his family, telling Vanessa Murphy that he even maybe had to relocate his family without telling him where they had gone so that they could remain safe. But then Keffe D telling the judge that, they're still vandalizing his home. Perhaps these people who are angry with his testimony or witnesses who have testified against him. And there have been many. We've heard from gang members. We've heard from police. We've heard from lay witnesses. And it's been fascinating to listen to. But as we prepare for day 6, Nevada versus Duane, Keffe D. Davis, we're going to take a reset, a quick break, and we'll be right back to cover the beginning of week 2 of the Tupac murder trial. Please stay with us. Continuing our live coverage of the Tupac murder trial in the 8 News Plus studio, I'm Kyle Payne. We are here with you throughout the entire trial. We cover the trial, all the prosecution and defense examinations of witnesses as the prosecution puts on its case in chief. And during the breaks and during the hour-long lunch break, and then again at 7 p.m., we discuss all the events of the day. As we look at the Great Seal of the State of Nevada, we are awaiting the entry of the defendant, Keffe D, into the courtroom, and perhaps more importantly, the jury who is deciding whether they feel the prosecution has the goods on Duane Keffe D. Davis, entering the second week of testimony in the Tupac murder trial. Davis, accused of murder, orchestrated the murder of the rap legend. Not only that, but his involvement in that with the use of a deadly weapon and a gangland enhancement. So if he gets convicted, he's going to go away for the rest of his life. He's 64. He, by his own admission, is not in good health. I don't know if this is related or not, but throughout all of the police interviews and in the courtroom, there is a cough that you hear throughout, and it belongs to Keffe D. So I don't know if that's part of his health problems, but he does have a hacking cough that you hear throughout these hours of police testimony and inside the courtroom. But the jury, comprised of 16 people, 6 men and 10 women. It's a very inquisitive jury. To the best of my knowledge, as I covered jury selection, there are 2 African-American people on that jury, a man and a woman, and well, actually, two I know. I don't remember the genders, and I apologize for that. But there's Keffe D on one of the days where he came into court not wearing a full suit. We've seen a couple of different versions of Keffe D, a couple of different suit and tie combinations, and one day where he came in to trial with just the shirt and tie. The jury does not see the Keffe D that we've seen for many of the 3 years since he's been arrested, which has been a Keffe D in a jailhouse clothing, a blue jumpsuit, shackles. The jury doesn't see that because I think most jurisdictions have decided that that would be too prejudicial for a jury to sit there in judgment of a man accused of murder and have him be in shackles. So he is dressed in lay clothes, quite sharply, I might add, on par with his attorney and the prosecutors, who customarily also wear a suit and tie. Keffe D inside the jail was involved in a jailhouse altercation. He says he was protecting himself, but he went to trial and lost for his responsibility in that altercation and actually did prison time during the time he was awaiting trial. So he would have normally, had he not gotten out on bail, spent the 3 years awaiting trial inside the Clark County Detention Center, which is where he is now. But during the 2 years leading up to that the trial, during 2 of those years, he was inside of state prison in Nevada for his responsibility after being convicted for his role in that fight. We talked about at length on Friday the interaction he had with Judge Carly Kearney. We've heard so many spoken words from Keffe D on recording, but this was our first live opportunity to hear him since the trial began speak to the judge, and it was an emotional plea to the judge to have the prosecutor stop one way or another releasing personal information about Keffe D that would lead his enemies, other gangland members who have testified in this case, or other people who have a bone to pick with Keffe D, from vandalizing his home or threatening his sister or going after their vehicles. And during testimony on day 5, after the morning court testimony, as the jury left the building, he indicated he wanted to speak with the judge and had this to say to Judge Carly Kearney in soundbite A.
Yeah, 1 sec. For the record, the jury, maybe it's accident. Okay, yes. What's up?
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car. You know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways, that there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues, okay? So your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. They guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing at Mr. DeJark.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset I'm prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset because you prosecute. You're endangering my family's life.
Okay. State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. We'll be in recess.
Not every day you get to see the defendant on trial for murder go back and forth with the prosecutor and the judge. Now, Keffe D in the courtroom for the beginning of week 2. We are almost officially underway as all had risen and now seated. The jury
Anything we need to address outside the presence?
is in the courtroom, I think.
Concern with regards to the state's
Let's listen in to day 6, week 2 of testimony in the Tupac murder trial.
I believe that was on recording. That was something that I did not believe should have been included. Some prior bad act that was in the first, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 minutes of the recording that we listened to on Friday. I did not make an objection to that particular point because I was.
This is defense attorney Michael Sam speaking with the judge outside the presence of the jury, watching the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus. Stay with us.
Is that Mr. Davis is talking specifically about criminal history, and he had mentioned something along the lines that he was involved in a shooting, and that and it was also because of drugs. We've always known about drugs, that's in his criminal history, but with regards to his reference to a shooting, I think it's highly prejudicial in this case. And I don't know where it's at in there. I was trying to figure out with my people over the weekend where it was exactly, but we don't have this exact recording.
Okay, so in my motion regarding the bad acts and regarding essentially all of the evidence that was going to be admitted in this case, there was a caveat that there would be certain things that would be excluded, that could be redacted out. Was this something you were familiar with in your previous listenings, or it just kind of took you by surprise when you heard it this time?
Well, we don't have the proposed redacted version of this.
There is no redaction done to this whatsoever. There was no request made to redact it, but our motion specifically addressed that his first criminal conviction was a misdemeanor for shooting into the occupied structure.
Can I finish with Mr. Sampt real quick,
Sure.
and then I'll turn to you, Mr. DiGiacomo. Mr. Sampt, go. You may finish.
Oh, no, I was listening to Mr. Giacomo, so, I mean, to me,
Okay.
to me, the bigger issue is that, we have this recording now. I mean, obviously, if there's things in there that is potentially gonna be a problem, there would be, at least from the state, some effort to reach out to me and say, hey, here are the things that we think that still falls under the purview of what the court order was in this case, and maybe there's some things in here you want to discuss. I would think that that would have been a discussion prior to the publication of it. I just presumed that what we were hearing up on with this particular witness on Friday was the stuff that we had already heard. The problem is, like I said, there's a reference to a shooting in here, there's a reference to another, I can't remember what the other act is that's in there, but once again, it goes back to the fact that there was some motion practice done on this, and I agree with the court. The other part of the problem is that, we've had reference to the Biggie Smalls murder. The state, in their own motion practice, had indicated that they weren't going to, that the Biggie Smalls murder had nothing to do with the Tupac investigation. And to me, once
I
again,
think with Mr. Duane Davis had no involvement in the Biggie Smalls. And
Correct.
We've admonished the jury that there is no indication that he has anything to do with that at this point. But ultimately, the nexus of this investigation was such that they were investigated together, for better or for worse.
right. And I mean, we could sit here and talk words all day with that jury waiting outside, but I think what we're proposing the court to do, what I would propose the court to do, is just have some type of limiting instruction to the jury, in indicating to them, you may be hearing other things that are not the focus of this particular investigation of Tupac's murder, something along those lines, just a limiting instruction.
Sure. Mr. DiGiacomo, do you have an objection to the limiting instruction?
No, I actually think before every witness, maybe you just read that Tavares instruction to them
Okay.
each time.
So just to remedy what we're talking about now, I'll have Mr. Samp propose a limiting instruction, and then I'll, from here on out, given the party's dual request, I'll read the Tavares instruction, unless it's a witness that has nothing to do with, if it was, For example, the gentleman who'd taken the photo, he wouldn't have anything to do with the bad acts that we
Correct.
wouldn't have to read. But if it were anybody else, probably law enforcement at this point,
Yeah.
I can read it?
Yes, Judge, and just so that there's complete candor to the court, we did a motion on his prior shooting. It sounds like to me it's not real clear. We didn't do a motion on his 2015 conviction. I didn't realize until it was rolling and you hear it's actually being spoken, that he does reference some police contact in 2015. And I do realize he was convicted of that. I didn't know or recognize that that was in there. If the court wants to, since we're past that portion where he talks about it, we can have somebody redact the audio so that the one that goes back to the jury removes the reference to the 2015 conviction. Because he talks about the last time I was in the feds or the last time I was in prison, and then he mentions 2015.
Okay.
And that has to do with an event that's completely unrelated to our investigation. I just didn't realize, I didn't tie those two together until I heard the audio being played with the transcript running.
Okay. So we'll have that redacted when it does go back in case they spend more time with it. Mr. Samp, what is the proposed instruction that you would like at this time for me to read to the jury when they walk in?
You're asking me to put words together?
Yeah. That's your job.
I
That's
know,
what you're good at.
It is my job. Here's my famous people.
Okay,
Your Honor,
I'll let Colleen make a proposal.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would think it'd be something along.
I'm gonna let him propose it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me propose it.
All right, then we can have some discussions about what it actually is.
Okay, let him propose it and then you can object, but I think it's cleaner for the record if he proposes it.
I don't know that it matters for Tavares, but okay.
Huh?
I don't think it matters for the purposes of Tavares, but okay.
This isn't a Tavares instruction. The Tavares instruction's already been determined because this isn't something that's being let in for the purposes that I'd let in bad acts. This is something that they're asking just to disregard.
And that's only the 2015.
Yeah.
The
Correct.
shooting should still come in because the court ruled upon that.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So what is the shooting is there for credibility of the statements of defendant, motive, and identity?
Yes.
In his book, he starts off with, my first criminal conviction is shooting into an occupied house, and describes the event. That comes in. What shouldn't come in, and if he wants a limiting instruction on, is the 2015. I don't know if they would want a limiting instruction, since we're gonna redact the audio before the jury gets it. We'll also redact the transcript before the jury gets it. So I don't know if he wants to draw attention, because they may not have caught.
I'm gonna let them
Yeah.
talk and then I'll let you guys weigh in.
I do have one other further matter, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm done with this particular issue. The other issue is this, with regards to Mr. Dorsey's testimony, we have a record from Detective Mock, who interviews Mr. Dorsey prior to his testimony. His testimony, though, on the stand really made things a little bit more easier to understand in terms of how his relation is with this case. In essence, what happens is that BET is asked by the district attorney's office to produce documents. Maybe it was through MOG. Maybe MOG is the one who does it. But in either event, BET says, okay, here's what we're going to produce. And they produce the actual finished product as their production.
Right.
They don't introduce B-rolls. They don't do anything other than that. And they basically said, that's all we've got. I think Mr. Diaz or Rios or whatever his name was prior to this had said something along the same lines that, hey, this is just how they do. The problem with what we're doing now is this. Mr. Dorsey gets up there and testifies and he says, look, my job, from what I understand, was to listen in to the interview that's being conducted between Mr. Davis and the interviewer, whoever that person is. And he's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands the 2008 proper session to be, the recording. Here's the problem with it. At the end of what he does, and what he's proposed now, what the state is now using, is surreptitious recordings in between the official recordings by BET. Now what does that mean? That means that while Mr. Davis is sitting in that room, he's sitting in that room with the interviewer, and at some point he's going to be asking for breaks. He's going to be asking for time to talk to somebody else.
Okay.
Which we understand it to be Wayne Higgins, his attorney. Those conversations are not hot mic conversations. They are conversations between attorney and client, And there is a reasonable expectation of privacy there because of the fact that it's done off camera, because BET does not record it. And on top of it too, that as that's happening, they're talking in a tone, they're not yelling and screaming it out loud, but they're talking in a tone to say, hey, what do we do here, whatever the issues are. I think those parts of this recording that Mr. What's his name again? Dorsey had done, I think those are parts that need to be included from the jury's understanding, because here's the thing. I understand he's not a state actor. I understand that it doesn't fall under this idea of, hey, well, he wasn't ordered by a detective to do that, and Dupree is definitely not a detective at this particular point. However, it is still a crime in California to record someone's conversations that they believe is private. Regardless of if we're in a room and having a conversation, if I'm having a conversation with this individual sitting right next to me and I believe that is private, under California law, that is still illegally obtained material.
But ultimately, the remedy for a private actor acting in a nefarious, illegal, whatever you want to call it way, is not exclusion against the state, because the state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new. Or any final word on that before I turn to Mr. DiGiacomo?
Well, I mean, because here's the issue that we have. Right now, what we have is an individual who basically takes his iPhone out, plugs it down on a speaker next to where he's at. He's hiding in a room to avoid detection by Mr. Davis, and he's recording the entire time. You hear other people communicating or having some type of discussion on top of his recording, which means that it's done openly in front of this mic or whatever he's at. He doesn't see a screen or monitor. He doesn't know what is being recorded or not. He just records the whole thing. The concern that I have with it is right now, as we're watching and listening to what's being played by the state, we don't see where exactly it is that they're going to bring in the parts that are not in the transcripts that we have from the recording. That's the official BET offering, versus the stuff that they have that would have the additional thing on top of it, the surreptitious recording by Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. State.
Two things. Mr. Dorsey had a transcript of his recordings that has been provided to the defense.
Okay.
And there's a transcript of the official BET recordings, which, if you notice while listening to it, even the BET transcripts does not pick up background conversations or transcribe background conversations between other people when Mr. Diaz is asking questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dorsey will testify, because I specifically had asked him about the attorney-client thing. He will testify at no point in time when Mr. Davis is talking to Mr. Higgins is there not a third party present from E1 Entertainment. So there is no privileged communication that occurs between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Even at one point you're going to hear Mr. Davis say, hey, hold on, this is a hot mic.
Let's bring him in and do a short evidentiary hearing then on that issue of attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
Okay.
I assume he's back there.
We'll have Mr. Dorsey come in real quick. We'll have him resworn, and then we'll just proceed on this limited issue outside the presence, and then ultimately I'll make a determination. I understand it's your proffer that that's what he's going to say, but I'd rather have it fleshed out.
That's fine.
Bring in Mr. Dorsey. Just Mr. Dorsey, no jurors. No jurors yet.
Eight News Now investigator Kyle Payne bringing you live coverage of the Tupac murder trial from our 8 News Plus studio. Arguments between prosecution and defense about the admissibility of some statements that Keffe D made, perhaps at a time when he didn't know the mic was rolling, and other times when he knew a mic was, in various occasions during the 30 years that this has been a cold case, perhaps the most famous cold case in that time, as a documentarian who took the stand on Friday resumes his testimony. We will listen in live to the beginning of week 2 of the Tupac murder trial. Duane Davis on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. Let's hear that testimony live from our 8 News Plus studio.
Mr. Dorsey, I hope you had a good weekend. We just needed to do a quick outside the presence sort of hearing, so I can determine the legality of some things that are coming in, okay? Or not, potentially not coming in. So I'll let Mr. DiGiacomo ask some questions about the issue we brought up.
Mr. Dorsey, I know there's times on this recording where you capture conversations that involve the defendant, Duane Higgins.
Yes.
During those conversations, were they ever alone in a room having a conversation? Was there always a third party present?
I believe they were always in the studio, and there are, I think most of the time you actually hear Mario talking with them. It's like a three-way conversation. So I understand like how privilege works to some extent, and it sounded to me like always he was still in the studio, didn't go outside into a hallway, and again, you can hear Duane Higgins talking with him.
And not just Mario Diaz. Isn't there a number of people to do this production that have to be in that room?
Correct. There would have been another producer. There's the sound recordist. There's at least one videographer. There's probably at least a lighting person in there. There's at least a good half dozen people in that room with them.
And at one point, does Mr. Davis make some comment about, hey, careful, this is a hot mic?
He does, yes. He's kind of whispering, this is a hot mic.
So at no point where you're capturing or recording there's not other people within, and describe the size of the studio.
Sure, it's a very small studio. It's probably a quarter the size of this courtroom.
So it's a very small room with 4 or 5 people in it where he's having this conversation.
That's correct, yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Dorsey, where are you when these conversations are taking place?
I was in an office down the hall.
Okay, and so you had eyes on the studio the entire time?
I did not have eyes on the studio, no.
Okay. You could hear people speaking as to everything that was being said in there?
Yes.
And how were you recording again, remind me?
I had a pair of headphones, and I had my phone, and I just hit record.
Okay, and so it's essentially the studio audio that you're using?
Exactly, the live audio coming right from the studio, yes.
So it's a room, do you know if the studio has signs that they're recording at all times? Like signage that says something like, this is a recording studio, you are subject to record, things like that.
Yes, recording studios typically have the signs up like that, plus of course he would have signed a release, so he knows he's being recorded.
Okay, got it. Anything further? Sorry, I sort of hijacked that a little bit, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Not from the state.
Mr. Sam, you may cross.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey, you've never met Mr. Davis before.
We've never met, we've seen each other before.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct.
You were actually in this other room.
That's correct.
And you're there just with headphones on.
Yes.
So.
And I saw him walk by. I know he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
Sure, and that's fine.
And he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No.
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET, I'm hired by the production company.
By the production company?
Yes, sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right. And then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes.
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do. I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
Okay. So in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just hear noises, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that he's interviewing wearing a mic?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting the interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be 2 mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keffe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right, and so in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
And in terms of the the interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right. Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a private conversation?
Loudly. He's just using a normal indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay. And then when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
Yes.
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea that what they were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in this
Yes.
case, which is the entire thing,
Correct.
you never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him, he has lights and a camera pointed at him, he's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here to make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could
Now-
not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No,
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
that's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not the contract person. You don't have a contract with
I
this.
apologize, we're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Oh, I'll get back into it, Jerry. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem because, thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear, you take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for this jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
That was a legal terminology,
Okay.
but you're playing that for the jury now,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Anything further, State?
Not from the state.
All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to a belief that the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so that the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations. Circling back to the issue regarding the instruction to the jury, Mr. Sampt, is there anything? Did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? That proposal for that would be this. You have heard testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
Judge, that's not an unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come into his house and they find a gun and I think some drugs, and that's what he goes to prison on in 2015. The shooting he's talking about is his teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was conflating the two.
Okay.
The 2015, I think,
So how about
believe
just
this
instead of
conviction-
federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
a conviction in 2015? Because that's the only one that wasn't
My
part of the
point in
motion.
saying that it was unrelated is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Correct, unrelated 2015 incident.
Okay. So what's your proposal, Mr. Sampt? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and the defense team worked on a Tavares instruction that says you are instructed that any testimony and/or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
Okay, that's the propensity purposes was the.
So if you're okay with that defense, you want to add or any other purpose somewhere, okay.
Yeah, we can add it or any other purpose.
Okay, let them add that and then bring it up to me and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction to the jury in their packet.
Thank you.
So that's your suggestion, and that is granted, Mr. Stamped. As soon as Ms. Panduk finishes looking at it. Almost there, Mr. Dorsey.
Great.
Give us a minute.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Any testimony and or evidence introduced about too many? About take the two out. Yeah. Any unrelated shootings and murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity, other purposes, except for the purposes of motive and intent to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Yeah. Let's see if you can read it, Judge. It's some Banu's, some Pauline's handwriting.
God, guys. You should both be doctors here.
I know. I'll rewrite it for you.
No, it's okay.
You sure?
I think I got it.
Okay. Have a little.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to read. Tell me if there's an objection. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. It is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Any objection?
No.
Perfect. All right, I can read it. So as soon as we bring the jury in, I'll apologize for being a little bit late, my fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going.
Should we leave Mr. Dorsey on the stand?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, so as soon as that jury's ready to go, we'll go.
Stand for the jury. A live look inside the courtroom at the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Duane Keffe D. Davis on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap icon here in Las Vegas in September of 1996. All are risen inside the courtroom, meaning the only one thing that the jury finally entering here an hour, or I should say about 38 minutes after court was scheduled to begin because of evidentiary arguments between the prosecutors and defense, which got a little testy. You'll hear Judge Carly Kearney now explaining why they were late, apologizing to the jury, and we will begin testimony finally in week 2, day 6 of the Tupac murder trial, the case against Duane Davis. Let's listen in.
You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn, and so you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35-17, we're about to get back to it. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become aware that Mr. Davis published a book?
Yes,
Did you read the book?
I did.
Were there historical facts he provided you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were biographical facts from his childhood. They were in both.
And do you recall what those various biographical
I do.
background, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, and he was shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up, punishing him for that. He talked about playing Pop Warner football with Suge Knight, and not just that, but also he talked about going to Suge's house after they would win for parties in their backyard, like pool parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think Keffe was like in middle schooler, and he started running as kind of a courier for that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and there may have been one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in his book. So I conclude that the author could have only gotten those from him.
All right, Judge, I'm going to have to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35-17, I think we were at.
And we put on record, when you paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35-17 was where we paused it. And so I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Sounds good.
Nope, I went a little too far.
Man, you don't think? Man, my boy Vic was growing up,
It's going to give us a
going to the club tonight, growing up really in my neighborhood.
So here's the problem.
I guess they was.
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it at 17A.
Start it over?
I'm not starting it over. I just have to roll from here to wherever we're going. So I'm just going to have to guess, and hopefully we're close.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues.
Sorry. One more time here. We may just have to listen to a little bit more than we...
Just that night, seemed like dude stuck his head up my ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime unit. Since that night, that dude's been making my life miserable. I did a 5.5. He came up there at least 10 times.
I'm going to stop this.
Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Holiday?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations into him. That was new information to me.
Told the warden, we got up here, he's a serial killer. I'm like, oh, fuck, you know what I'm saying? For them rappers.
How did it, evolve? You guys were cool and then you hung out a lot together?
When these people come to California, usually we would meet up and have fun. I was a baller, I had millions. In fact, I was doing better than him back then. Shit, fun,
Did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. Is that?
I said, did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about being scared and again all the bullshit, going back and forth, East Coast, West Coast shit?
He didn't talk about that till later on in our relationship.
That's right.
Well, that's what I mean. When did we get to that spot, that place? when you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up green leaf in the neighborhood. His phone rang. He was like, I guess they must have fucking played it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keffe. So I got on the phone. What's up, dog? Like, man, I'm giving a concert over out there. We're going on a tour on the West Coast. Yes, we was take school to come out there. I just said, why it wouldn't be cool? He like, the big CEO guy. CEO guy? He like, yeah, the big guy. I knew what he was talking about. It was like a code word for shit. So I guess I was kind of scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Meadows. It was something. Oh, this is Irvine. He had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Pulled me in on the stage. Suge was right there. So I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you know that? Same way I know you. I took it after that. So then, after that, we went to the San Diego concert. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in. It's good, he's telling all the same details. He did 10 years ago. Amazing. And all the balls would go all around that motherfucker for the Dallas Cowboys. Football team was ready for Troy Aikman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we'll get you in trouble or not, but the balls were all around the Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween night.
Perfect. Halloween.
Halloween was cool there too.
And he'd just give you passes for everyone. Like, everyone would go to concerts.
I just go get the tickets for the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time.
You get to hang out with Biggie, obviously, right?
Yeah, Biggie was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, Suge on a real serious level?
You was back there? Oh, we already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like, on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
Well, or doing something more than that.
I ain't really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me, all right?
Okay.
I've been thought that out.
Okay. So let's take a break. Okay. You can go smoke. Can you be back here in 10 minutes? I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Deadline.
Yeah.
And you got to give me to my wife. Because she did take me back. You know, I might have not been here.
What do you mean? You want me to...
I said I might have not been here for...
Oh, of course, yeah. But she's not down. She's not down there with you, right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like...
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course.
After
After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done. Okay?
All right. I'm going to smoke.
Is that cool?
Fans is watching. Fans is watching.
Mr. Dorsey, is that an example where maybe the tape was running before you now restart your recorder?
Correct, yeah.
And that is 3532, Judge.
Okay.
Get rid of this problem.
Can you tell me what he told you? Like his exact words? Do you remember?
We're going to do that on the next one. I have that pretty suit on. All right?
All right. Hold on. So, say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he ask you to do? to say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he want?
I guess he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems. He get rid of his problems. Yeah.
And who were his problems?
CEO, the big guy. Yeah.
And when did? Yeah, because you said hit him up was a big deal for him, right? Like that was Tupac too.
Man, that was totally disrespect. You don't think so?
Yeah, I told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he even said something about us. To me, he didn't say our name, but he said whoever down with him, fuck them too. I'm like, damn.
And so you guys were cool with that, with helping him?
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues. This is Pop. Ran into him at the House of Blues. Him and the guy Big Sight, the Outlaws. And he had just made that record. Long Beach and Rose band. So one of the homies went up there and
damn, shut the fuck up.
Put him in a little thing right here. Say, man, you know what the fuck that mean? Long Beach and Rose band? He's like, no, I'm just rapping. And Sight's like, yeah, he's just rapping, man. He don't know nothing about that stamp of blood, motherfucker. Stop, brother. So he was kind of scared that night. You know what I'm saying? And we go out in the parking lot and whoop about 5 motherfuckers' asses. You know what I'm saying? And got into it with some dudes out there in the parking lot. And he's seen that shit. He's like, yo, them dudes ain't no joke.
Sorry about that, guys. So how much did Puffy offer you? How much did Puff offer you? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right?
I don't have a good answer for you when I have on that suit on. I'm gonna take it through for you. Exactly, you know what I'm saying, the rate.
But he offered you, can you just say he offered us some money or something like that? Can you say that it was money at least?
Yes, it was money, yeah. Offered us money. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of scared of that. He was really scared of them dudes, you know what I'm saying? Because Puff wasn't no game. Remember, he was to Howard College and all that, Marvin Art School and all that shit. He ain't with that street life. But the really beef Shug should have had was, it should have been with Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang them the one was doing the damn food, after the food at the shorts counter. They was calling you out. You two was picking some fucking kids, junior mafia. These are kids. You a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? But the beef should have been with the Wu-Tang. He wanted to take it out on the bad boys, some kids, you know, start up. You know what I'm saying? Push his weight around.
Well, that's because Tupac was having that shit.
Lit.
Biggie.
Yeah. He was lit.
So Suge hooked up with Tupac and said, all right, we're going against this.
Just before he got out of jail, though. Remember the Source Awards? He was like, every once in a while, like, you ain't got no love for two, you ain't got no love for the West Coast. Remember saying that? Yeah. All that shit really, I feel it was a jealousy thing. He should have just been happy, Suge should have been happy. You making money, and this dude's making money. Be proud of each other, you know what I'm saying? Fuck, you want to bring each other down for?
So why'd you want to get involved in that?
I didn't want to get involved in that shit. They brought it to us. Bring something to the gangsters. I told you that earlier. It's a cap pill.
Yeah, I hear you. Is it true that Biggie and those guys from Bad Boy used to hang out?
You guys, they never really caught me, man. That's all lies.
Never.
Really, it's they had some bad cops around shit.
I read something about them hanging out at your girl's house in California. Is true.
They never
no pictures of
never hung out there. Promise. You know what I'm saying?
So let's cut to let's talk about Orlando. We have 10 minutes before we cut out for lunch. So I want to know like who your nephew is. Like not a lot of stuff to know about. You know, Who is he? How old is he? What kind of family?
Tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah,
Who are we talking about?
he's well respected, intelligent.
Who, Orlando?
Orlando, my nephew Orlando, well respected, good student in school. Everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? He's just a likable guy. Everybody loved him. And he liked the Tupac too. You know,
So what got him involved in gang life?
Okay.
Yeah, was he involved in gang life at all?
He wasn't no gang.
Yeah, that's cool.
So there's a difference between gangster and gang.
You want to talk to me about what happened at Lakewood Mall with Trevor Lane? Thing about the chain?
Okay. I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know, but you can tell me the story because there's only so many
Okay.
people who know it.
The guy, one of my little homies, wanted to play college football. There was scholarship. He was at the wanted to help him get some stuff, like tennis shoes and sweats and clothes and stuff so he can send him to college. You know what I'm saying? So he was there waiting on it. And then the homies come up there. And Trayvon, the three death row guys were there. I guess they was mad dog and talking shit to him and shit like that. Shit. But some homies came to the door, he seen them. Nice. First thing he did was sock the dude and snatched his chain. I never snatched that guy's chain. Never. Marcus snatched his chain. Chains wasn't worth fucking but $300. Petty ass bullshit ass chain. Just smash a little fucking it was a little like this. That fucking chain talking about this bounty and that little punk ass chain. Yeah.
There's a bounty on it.
Man, that little punk ass chain on me, come on.
So he didn't do it.
Orlando did not snatch that man chain.
So why is it that Tupac then saw him and said, "That's the guy who snatched my chain"?
All this stuff was building up. It just went from the mall. One day we was on Sunset. Shook pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Him, Snoop Dogg was in the black one. Tupac was in the white one. I think we was at the Roxy. I was where we went there. And they pulled up in their Rolls Royces. Just bought 30, 40 clips out there. And listen, he out there, DVD! Oh shit. He jumped out his car and talking to me. Sure, you like, is it cracking up here? Like, no, dog. He said, oh, well, Paradise is cracking. It's a club that's on Hyatt in Santa Monica. Going down there. Shit, when we hit that street there on Santa Monica, some dudes just started shooting. Shot up Sugar's Rolls Royce. This little red Godfather was laying in the street. I guess he figured that we was behind that too, you know what I'm saying? No, we was with you, pulled over to you, you know? It's all kind of little different angles on that shit. It just went from there.
So talk to me about, because I'm really interested in knowing about that a little more. Like, how does the gang stuff feature into the story? Like, how was it building? Is I guess what my question is. Like, the mall thing, what you just told me about Suge. What else? What else was like building up?
We seen them brawls at Little Park, little club on Santa Monica and Robertson. And them brawls just talking shit. And we just kind of push them around. We didn't beat their ass with them. Just let them know. Don't get it fucked up. And this town always been our town. The Crips. They know they out. I just left the state prison. And I was a MAC rep up there. There's 51 Crips, 4 Bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are. And they know that.
but what made it kind of tense? Because before death row, there was always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we're on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Hams. They go against the boys on the laundry. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over them, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week? What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruit Town.
Lamar?
No. What's his name? He on that Love and Hollywood show. Soldier Boy and all. I just don't understand. Get in trouble out here, go to a state prison, Crips is gonna rape y'all. Justin Bieber, Chris Brown, you know what I'm saying? Y'all tripping on me.
Yo, but I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
Hmm?
Is it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
I guess money get you cocky. I guess money get you cocky. You know what I'm saying? They even beat up a rolling 60 and killed the guy at the club. Said DJ Quick and they jumped on the dude and all that shit. That's what I figured that shooting was about on Santa Monica that day when his hat was in the street I was just telling you about. Damn, I guess they gonna get his ass. Yeah.
So this is more gang related than it's not just East Coast, West Coast shit.
I can't tell you really behind it all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some mafia shit, man. Found this thing out there. Wanna eat? Yeah. Yeah. Sort that shit out.
Okay, no, I'll be right there.
She get the same voice. Feel me? I was just a street man, and he was just a studio man, business wise. The FBI thing we hit him because he stopped paying the boss. That's why he jumped on it so fast. And I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? He's like, our families go back since the 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there ain't no Harry O.
Yeah, no. But I mean, Suge might
we had the same boss.
Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you right. No, I think them police gonna start coming.
Good.
All of them gonna go down. All them crooked cops and shit, we was really up against it, homie. One of the city of Compton, they got Reggie, right? Reggie Jr., Sergeant Reynolds, the mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So we just gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They just got busted too, right? I loved it. I like, damn! They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still his job too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one. His name Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Sergeant Reynolds. Pulled over my 60 keys. He's making my life miserable. Behind some fraud. Getting jealous of fraud, man. Dirty. They didn't get his ass.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilmen. We up there eating at IHOP, me and Lane. And here come the mayor. Man, you better sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. You know? That dude was stupid. What's his name? Bradley? Omar Bradley? Yeah. That dude was stupid on.
Let's eat some food, man. All right, thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving?
No, I'm thinking about that.
You're just there looking dapper?
Wait till you see my suits, homie. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, what's up?
You got a big murder rap? Yeah. Can I see it? Yeah. Who are we eating? Was it? Just bring it to where we eating at. Oh, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay. Okay.
You talking about Craig Caden's book? Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's Wayne. To the liquor bank. Brought us a gang of crystals and.
Once again, Mr. Dorsey, and that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you missed some of the transcript. What the transcript shows.
Yes.
I'm very to go back and drink and shit. Go back to the party. Go to the fight and shit.
And then what happened?
What's that?
Then what happened?
Then I'll tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit. Just,
What's that?
You know, tell me a little bit of, you know, I mean, this is why we're here. We want to hear the true story of what happened that night.
Yeah.
Wayne, we need your permission.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
what? Yeah, I want to talk about that one later. You want to go to the aftermath?
Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally, just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
That's okay. Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't going to say that, dude.
Okay.
He just trying to especially get you know, you say ready to what?
I'll turn it on, yeah.
Your screen ready to go? No.
That's okay.
You need to tell him that. So we got to, that's some shit we got to discuss.
I mean, I don't know exactly.
Hello. Hello? What are you about to do? What? All right, I'll be through there.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Is that in my pocket?
Just tell him come here for a minute.
You don't have to go into
Listen. We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get me locked up. You don't want me to get locked up. Do you?
No, of course not.
Okay. All right. We got to consult with him. So by the next time, you know, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. But y'all push me so hard. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail. Give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty, homie. It just wasn't him. He was just fucking. He was just like a fucking. He was like my dessert.
What you saying?
You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
The thing I want to say, I think this is an area where he may not, he wants to have his words straight. Right.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I get told with him, and he tell me
what you can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to get me locked up.
No. He's still going to address it. It's just that he's saying.
Yeah, I just got to go to sober him. I didn't want to tell y'all that just morning and stuff like that. The dude said, come talk to him before I do this.
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death
Because if I make him look like an asshole, they're going to lock me up.
But he's going to address it.
Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to consult with him first. Y'all forced me to do this.
So where do you want to pick it up? The story.
Where do you want to go right now?
Because he said.
You want to do the aftermath?
Yeah.
Okay.
You might as well put it away.
What?
The man's got to eat.
Yeah.
Did you? You got food, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing he just said that.
All right, so we're gonna take this. After the fact, after the murder, yeah?
The aftermath. We go, we get home, so we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr., you know, he was the captain of the Compton Police back then. I guess he must have did his war room with the oncoming shift. As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came on my motherfucking street, ran the stop sign and everything, doing about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car, said, listen here, you motherfucking Keffe D. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son, the belts is coming off. I'm like, man, what the fuck is you talking about? He's like, you heard me, motherfuckers. I'm like, damn. So, with my immediate crew, I said, like, they trying to get into it. Trying to get in. So we got to watch these motherfuckers. So we stopped hanging around there right then. We seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by, like, my son?
His son is fucking Suge, man. He's Suge's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the same neighborhood and everything. David, Mac, all them dudes, man. So we really had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the gang members. They had the police, shit.
Right.
Feel me?
Who else? Was there anybody else after you?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of the Range fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops finally get to you?
No. When we got back, the Moon Man on MTV was like, Keffe D nephew. So it looked like Suge told from day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, Keffe D nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name? You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? Keffe D nephew. Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn. You know? Kind of fucking my connection called me. And said, come meet me. Goes to condo and it's a public. And we met him at the Chevron right there. He's like, dawg, I'm going to jail. I said, what? He said, yeah, y'all going to jail. I'm like, no, homie. He like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day, you know. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Pop. It destroyed my life. Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even send me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing, you know what I'm saying? God damn. Or a noodle while I was in jail. I'm saying? Just left me for dead out here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't the way fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't out my back, though. You know? Yeah.
When did you talk to police?
What's that?
You gave them a statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna say nothing back there?
I don't have to. You already know what you said.
Yeah.
This has been part of the same thing. It's like,
You think you just said you
I'm
just
just
gonna
saying,
sit
at some
back
point
there?
you did talk to police. Is that not true?
I think that's what he
Was that?
said.
Remember what I told you outside? Like, that's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
You know, some shit to give me motherfucking, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Well, yeah. Dude asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but force my hand.
I blame Tara.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just see what I can talk to you about that, because a lot of the stuff I have here is about that night. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all the answers, though. I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying?
I think.
Can you talk about Zip and talking to Puff afterwards?
Zip and Puff?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was it? Well, so after that happened, did you get in contact with Zip? Or Puffy?
Me and Zip was together. He was with us at the fight.
No, I mean, then afterwards you didn't see him. Like, he didn't come back to LA with you, did you? Did he? You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on the other side where Pink's, you know where Pink's is?
Oh.
They got a LA Wingstop right there on that
It was
street.
Zip.
Yeah.
It was Beverly though, or
what did you
Melrose.
talk about?
All kind of shit. Money. You know what I'm saying?
Can we do something? Yeah, so that we don't waste our time, can we do something where you can talk to me and then you can get approval? You get approval whether you use it or not? But otherwise...
We only can answer 3 questions, homie. I only go into full detail with you and everything, homie.
No, you don't have to do...
Once I get the green light where I'm covered, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole downtown. Them motherfuckers is powerful. They just got on Saddam Hussein, they trying to have Donald Trump, you know what I'm saying? I'm a little peon, you know what I'm saying? Shit. These dudes are powerful, dude, you know what I'm saying?
Can you talk about Orlando afterwards? Because he makes public statements.
What is it? Let me tell you.
I don't have the actual transcripts right now. I just know that he was bragging about it.
No. That's against the code, homie. No. Hell no. I never heard them brag or nothing. They're not out of brag. You know what I'm saying? No. It's against the code, man.
So how did you guys lay low afterwards? What you guys do?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was, after they asked, Mr. Man laid low. He the one who flew out to the Caribbean and shit. But we it's a mob we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police, had to watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we didn't lay low.
What's he talking about the
So
mafia?
I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando?
They can't prove it.
Give it to me in a complete sentence.
Why they didn't bring up charges? Because I know they can't prove it.
Did they talk to him?
Yeah, they raided everybody else. I think it was October the 7th or something like that. Raided everybody else. Just so happened, one of my homies, he's a grease trap guy to pick up the old cooking grease. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. Said, Keffe D, the FBI, and about 100 police is up at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes, I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff, left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him, told him to drop me off at the Metro Red. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
Otherwise, it would have got me.
Did he say somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back to Orlando, because he passed away, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
What's that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night?
I just
The
texted
night
In Vegas, yeah. Without mentioning you at all, just talk
He
about
went to the
him.
hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, but I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man because
I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk
Can't
about Orlando
confirm
without mentioning his name? Without mentioning Keffe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because Orlando's
So,
dead. He's been dead almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Huh?
I gotta do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Mm-mm. Man, wait till I get on the suit, man. You keep on. Let's go somewhere else. You want to talk about Paul? Something like that?
What's that? I did. He didn't want to answer, but I'll ask you. Okay. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the fact for the deal that you had arranged with him?
No, because it was hot. You know what I'm saying? You just can't jump out there like that. You have to be smart in this game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd take your ass down. They would have bent your ass down. You know what I'm saying? And,
so what was your plan?
I seen him about maybe like 6 months later at the House of Blues right there. And he invited us to the Petty Pictures Museum the night before. And we went up there. He was up there partying. I seen him at the Petty Pictures Museum. He like, Keffe D, the FBI is all over us. I'm saying, if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in this party right now. I'm like, really? Like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI all around here, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in the party and everything. Ever since we got off the plane. Like, fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's
the
no
money
way
that
Keffe and the
he owed you?
Southside Crips kill Biggie.
Was that? Did you ask him for the money that he
Pull
owed
the
you?
FBI are all over
No,
him. So the Keith
shit,
would have
if we
been
got
like,
the
fuck, the
FBI
FBI are outside right now,
money,
murder's
bro.
off. We can't kill him right now.
Yeah, of course.
Guy never put that together before.
And what's is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money?
That's what the FBI said.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
He's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump, Trump Jr. right now in trouble. And about his fucking emails and shit. He a motherfucker. You know he a motherfucker.
Did you talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that man, Ted Holiday had his head up my ass, homie. I still got invoice from him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit, shit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
So, but here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset about not getting paid?
It's the time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just pick the perfect spot.
All right, let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah,
he's afraid to talk in this office building.
Yeah, he wants like this.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants
somewhere.
to be like, yeah. He wants to save him. Like his. Like, I don't know if they come up with the spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Right? What you gonna do with some money in here?
Right. No, I mean, because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then, I didn't do it. I just want to make sure that, you know, I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin that was making more money than Paul than we were then.
You're picking your spots too.
Yeah.
Right.
Being
I
smart,
hear you.
Playing my cards right. Yeah. Not at all. We was up under a microscope. You know what I'm saying? You got the crooked ass Compton police feeding these dudes downtown all the information. You don't understand, homie. Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on Tupac's side and all these other dudes' side, they should be on our fucking side. We the one was catching it. Had crooked Compton police, crooked Rampart. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They telling them people downtown the FBI shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah,
I mean,
we was up against it, homie. It's the shit that's coming out right now.
You know, maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff, like, you know, on the street somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, bring a camera. So, okay, so, just give me a second. Just make sure. Yeah.
Go over everything.
Yeah, that's okay.
And he gonna give me the green light.
Right.
Say yes or no.
Is it true that you went to the that Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
Huh? Where you heard that from?
Him. He said it.
Damn. There's too many people, so we couldn't really get close to them.
Oh, good, he confirmed it.
My boys did running to him at the club.
When?
Society, keeping it out and all that shit. And I ran into a couple more dudes that I don't even, you know. And he like, man, post every quarter post send me like $20,000 worth of clothes. Like, ain't that a bitch? So a couple of times I called Daddy's house. He never returned my fucking calls or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he was just trying to wash his hands with us, whatever. I fucked him. And that's wrong. That ain't the way it go, you know what I'm saying? Had your fucking back, supposed to have our fucking back. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what we was up against out here. You know, I hate I took that fucking phone call from his ass. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the crooked cops on our ass. We wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We've been knowing each other since we was 9, 10 years old, bitch. I'm tripping, though. Yeah. I'm kind of mad at the dude, dog. You know what I'm talking about, Puffy? Yeah, I'm kind of mad at him. Yeah.
And there was never any, after you stopped trying after a while, there was never any contact.
Yeah, no contact.
Yeah. Why? Let's go to Biggie. So, he invited you to the Peterson Museum, to that vibe party. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said there were too many people there. The feds were there.
Yeah, he said that.
Right. So that wasn't the place or the time, right?
Hell no. The FBI there, they see us together. You know, they put shit together.
But why did you go in the first place?
Why did I go? Because he threw smashing parties on me and all that, you know what I'm saying? We was just literally invited. You know what I'm saying? They kind of needed us. They should have kept us. You know, because probably still be alive today. You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about the FBI around, I guess you were scared of us. I don't know. The FBI around. I guess the FBI was going to protect him, but it don't look like they protected him because he did. You know? Then 2-3 days later, Sergeant Reynolds pulled up talking about, we killed Biggie. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Called the people downtown, crooked cops, man. That's some bullshit, you know? Yeah.
So can you tell me definitively that you had nothing to do with Biggie's murder?
Nothing.
Can you give me a full sentence?
We had nothing to do with no Biggie Smalls murder. Biggie was our friend. You know, why would we want to kill our, you know?
Why do you think people thought that?
Because of the money and all this old shit. And then the crooked cops just steadily fade the other day superiors' head. You know what I'm saying? With some bullshit. They know they did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they telling the people downtown, the FBI friends, of course to get the heat up off them. Yeah, man, we was up against it all. The mayor, even the mayor was against us.
I hear you. And when you say the money, you mean the money that was owed from Puffy?
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Well, the money that was owed from Puffy. Yeah.
That's why people thought that you killed Biggie.
Yeah, that's why they thought you killed Biggie, yeah. You didn't kill no Biggie, though.
So why did you agree to tell your story after all these years?
I agreed to tell my story?
Yeah, to us. I mean, I know why you told your story to police.
Saved my fucking life. And I was really facing the death penalty. You know? Shit. And I just didn't save my life, I'll say though, my whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? They just would have put down like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, even the plugs, even the Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass, dog. You know what I'm saying? So, shit. Dude said he was from D.C. Then they used the psychology game on me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. That's how they got me, man.
And to us, why did you want to tell that story to us?
Because I felt we was betrayed. Then, you know, just the way we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? I was wronged. We was wronged, really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Dude, they come raid our house. Suge friends come raid our house, take our guns. You know, that shit wrong, homie. Shit's just totally wrong. You know, people think we was lying about the shit. Shit just hit the fan last week with Reggie Wright, senior and junior. That you know they did crooked. Yeah.
Tell me about that, like, because I think you touched on it, but I want to know more about, like, Suge enlisting crooked cops to help him out. What was that about?
I don't know what the fuck it was about. It was smart, though. King move. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you know? Shit. But what you do in the dark don't come to the light. And that shit is for to hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Like they say, you ain't bigger than the law. And the FBI is a motherfucker. They take your ass down. Shit, I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking Don Hussein. None of them son of a bitches, you know what I'm saying? John Gotti or none of it. They took them down. I'm a peon to them, you know what I'm saying?
But was that widely known that Suge was hanging around, was like protected by cops?
Hell yeah. Everybody knew that, yeah.
Knew what?
Knew that he was protected by crooked ass cops, them son of a dirty motherfuckers. I wish I could tell you everything, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
did that ever tell you every fucking thing?
Did that ever give you pause to fuck with Suge? Like, did you ever say I shouldn't fuck with Suge because you know these cops are gonna be on my ass afterwards?
You know, I'm more down with my nephew than I am down with Suge. Fuck Suge, before it's coming to that. My family, I'm his uncle. I'm here to protect him. You know what I'm saying? And all that.
Was there ever a time where you felt bad about Tupac?
Was it every time I felt bad about it?
Yeah.
I wish it never happened. I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? Colombian boy left. Went back to Bogota. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hated it happened.
Can you say what? So you wish what hadn't happened?
I wish I never happened to Tupac because shit, it changed my whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug that I was making all them hundreds of millions with, fucking went to Bogota left, you know what I'm saying? He didn't want to get caught up in our bullshit. And I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass to Bogota. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, that's my son. Yeah. And my wife, they on my ass.
We're almost out.
Okay.
Was that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, you have to repeat it because the phone was ringing.
Okay, about the Bogota?
No. About Tupac. Like, did you ever feel bad? I mean, this is a kid on, in the prime of his life.
I was like,
an artist that everyone loved.
To me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
How so?
How so? He shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Jumped on my nephew, him and his little gang. You know, you're a rapper. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. Like I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug left. Shit, that motherfucker, I met him, and I'm out of here. Y'all going to jail. I wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate it happen, bro. You know?
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dude's, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob, and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went to his head. And shit, he was ignorant, so he run into a lot of problems how they were trying to be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? But, see, in our community, we try to get up out the gang life. Like try to play sports, rap, and stuff like that. Try to get up out the gang life. Our motive is to get up out the gang life. Get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars and join their fucking gang. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber. Better listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money. Get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town, dude, you need to leave that shit alone. Take it from Keffe D. Leave that shit alone, boy.
So let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming, you know.
Yeah, these dudes from Virginia, he coming being gang members. That's stupid. That's backwards.
So is
the real gang members is trying to get up out this shit.
If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes. Me and Suge is friends. We were friends. We grew up together. Shit shouldn't have never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that shit shouldn't have never happened. Because me and this guy grew up together. We was friends since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you the whole truth about this shit, about the balls.
That's okay, but this brings up a good question. Did Suge know that who he was dealing with Orlando? Did he know that he was your nephew?
I told you, Moon Man came and said, Keffe D nephew. LA Times, Keffe D nephew.
No, I don't mean then. I mean before.
What?
Before he kicked him in the head.
I don't know. I think that was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told them police that night that Keffe D nephew, Keffe D nephew. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? He keep on saying he ain't said nothing. Bitch, you know you said something. You know what I'm saying? Why you use my name? That's what I don't understand. Right. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get me arrested too.
Right.
Yeah.
Orlando had a deal, right? To testify for Suge. Can you talk about that?
What's that?
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You made my book no good no more.
Hey, this is good promotion for your book.
What's that?
This is good promotion for your book. I don't know.
Oh, you know about that too?
People you just told me about your book.
No, I'm talking about the meeting.
Oh. I don't know. Is there any truth to that?
What?
That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for Suge?
Okay, all right, sorry about that. What's that? We not gonna go to that one. Okay. I'm gonna save me something for my motherfucking book. God damn, no surprises. Hey, homie, yeah. You did your work though. I'm not even
right?
I see.
Well, next time we talk, I'm gonna drill you on those. There's no.
All right.
There's no escaping it. Nora, are we good? Do you have anything?
Yeah, you feel comfortable talking about that? She said, can you talk about the hierarchy of, or maybe like being a gay business? Yeah, like, how, how's the structure? Like, how's... Codes.
Yeah. You look at me, don't look at her.
Okay. Like the codes of the street, our gang is built through respect and the work you put in. And as far as power, you know what I'm saying? That's the way our gang is. You got the double OGs, OGs, OBGs, BGs, and the TGs.
Tell him to tell him where he was.
And the OTSs and yeah, that's where our game is instructed. So I could fall in the double OG because I was there when the gang was. So this way it goes. People will. You either become a gangbanger as you get older, or a gangster. Or go to school, or get a job. You know what I'm saying? About 25, that's when you determine whether you're gonna be who you're gonna be. You're gonna be a gangbanger, a little, you know what I'm saying, drinking, smoking weed, stuff all day long, with your pants hanging down. Or you gonna get a job, that means you out the game. Or are you gonna become a gangster, you know what I'm saying, for the gang. You know, that's where our gang is structured, yeah.
Do you think that Suge ran the label like a gang?
Yeah. Yes. He kind of hired all gang members. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He hired all gang members.
So who was he in the structure?
Who was Suge in the structure? I guess his money gave him the power. You know what I'm saying? How people listen to him. You know, money is power. You know, and shit, I guess they... Well, we knew he was a buster. The Crips did. I know our side of town did, because we played football with the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I want to go back to the Biggie night. Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had died? Your phone's ringing. We're almost done. I got you.
That's wifey. Yeah, she on me.
Just 5 more minutes, I promise.
Okay.
Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had died?
I was under the parking garage, and everybody ran back up under the parking garage and said, "They just killed Biggie! They just killed Biggie!" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, damn, that was fucked up. By then, all the LAPDs was there, and I was waiting on my car to get valeted up out of there and shit. Valeted up out of there. Then 3 days later, Punk-ass Compton police and crooked motherfuckers pulled nephew over and said, "You guys killed Biggie too?" I'm like, "Oh no, this is bullshit." You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They run down there. They just played dirty pool with us, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was really like a fall guy. To me, fucked over me, man. It fucked over my life.
But they cleared you, right? I mean, you're not...
My life been fucked over ever since, homie. You just don't understand, dude. And I still gotta watch people. You know what I'm saying? To me, they violated my civil rights, my everything, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Did you suspect that somebody was casing the party, Bad Boy?
Casing the party?
Yeah.
You heard about that? Well, you're a motherfucker. Yeah, you did your little work. Yeah, they was up there. The Bloods was there. They came up there. I told Puff now. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all be careful. Them niggas is up here. And like, all right. And sure enough, it went down. Yeah, sad. You know, they come up here and get ate up out of it's a zoo out here, a jungle. Y'all coming from that little punk-ass town that's bored of shit, eat your ass up out here, boy. It's gorillas. I mean, this shit is lions and tigers and bears.
Well,
They will eat up the week out here.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about Biggie dying since you knew him personally?
Oh, they kind of fucked me up, you know what I'm saying? What fucked me up? When Biggie got killed, it kind of fucked me up. I was sad behind it, everything, man. It was fucked up behind it. Then these bullshit ass cops gonna put that out in the media, like, we did that bullshit just to get the heat up off their ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gonna come out. It's coming out every day, homeboy. Believe me. Yeah.
All right, brother. I'm gonna set you.
Yeah, let my wife get me. All right.
Oh, wait. Just sit here for 20 seconds with no sound. So don't make any sound. You just gotta record the tone of the room.
This is ringtone. In ringtone.
Okay, thanks, man. Oh. Oh yeah, that's a good start.
Because our street.
Wait, stay there. Yeah, sit back. Let's just do this question real quick. Sorry, I thought you were done. That was your only question before. Okay. So why Baby Lane?
Why did we call him Baby Lane?
Why was Orlando? Yeah, tell me that.
Because he was born on Burrs Lane.
Sorry. Tell me the whole story, like the sentence. Orlando was called Baby Lane because.
Orlando was called Baby Lane because he was born on Burrs Lane, the street Burrs, and they just called him Lane, short for Orlando. So he took our street name. And his pops was real high in the echelons of our gang, one of the founder fathers. So.
And the baby isn't because he had a baby face or anything like that.
Baby Lane, short for our street.
Right. And Keffe?
Keffe? We had like 3 Keffes in our hood. So they just broke them down and they just put Keffe D on it.
So they give you the initials so that
Yeah.
they separate you from the others.
Others, yeah. And that shit just went like a wildflower. Blew up, got rich, had all the money, all the women. Don't put that on there. My wife gonna kill me. Yeah.
Yeah.
You better have my wife deposit for that car too.
This has got to be the last one.
Okay. Original gangsters, yeah. A double OG is a dude that's been around a while. You know, the founding fathers and stuff. You know, the founding fathers of the gang. That's where our gang stopped at, the double OG. And our youngest gang members is called TSs, Tiny Soldiers. Yeah. But we got like about 6 different generations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My wife wants that deposit for that car too. Yeah. Because she is on my, she's crazy.
So why don't you talk to, well, we gotta talk to you.
Call him.
Let's talk on the phone. Right. And then, if you know, if things get heavy for you, maybe we can just talk about Orlando and then leave it at that.
All right.
But these guys are expecting details from that night. You know
Okay.
what I mean? So,
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that dude.
I don't want to put you in the
He from the Justice Department is DC, dude.
Yeah.
I swear to God on me.
I hear you.
They had some major players on me, dog. The dude named Michael Terrell. Oh man. Yeah, he's a beast. He's the head U.S. attorney of this area. We call his ass Ruby. That dude hate me on me, I swear to God.
Yeah. No, like I said, I mean,
come in the room like, y'all doing a deal with the fucking devil, you know?
They're wrapping up right now.
Somebody gonna wind up dead behind this. Like, sir, I swear to God, I swear to God, man, everybody gonna be, I'll be nice, I'll be good. I'm not the devil.
No, I mean, do what you got to do, and then can we set up a date, Nora? Like an actual date where like there's no misunderstanding. You're here for this. Or we can go out to Vegas and what I wanted to do is for you to take us on the street. Why is that funny?
Bruce with us.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That was funny.
Hey, you know,
Let me tell you.
they never, you know.
Like the dude, I seen Rick Ross at the airport. He just couldn't put my face on it. You know, man, he was like, I know that. He said, bro, I know you from nowhere. I said, you don't want to know who I am, motherfucker. He's like, I know you. I'm like, yeah. You really want to know?
Yeah. We'll figure it out. But
but in the 20th, like my sister giving her, we giving her a 70th birthday party. The milestone 70. My sister, that's on the 29th. So I'm gonna be there and about 4 days before then, for a whole week.
Okay. Here, you mean?
In California, yeah.
California.
The 29th of July.
But if we just wanted to come out to Vegas, can we do that too? I mean, I'm not joking about the street stuff. Yeah. Then you can just tell me on the street. It'll be different than this.
Yeah.
It'll be less formal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you guys have to take a restroom break? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay. If you want to just do maybe another half hour and then we'll take our lunch break? Okay, perfect. Do you need to use the restroom? Okay. All right, we will have to take our break now. So we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury. We'll see you guys back here at, let's say, 11:40. 11:40? We're just gonna take a short break, I think.
All right, the first short recess of the day. Another long audio file that we just listened to, Kyle, involving Duane Keffe D. Davis and the BET producer it is, correct?
What are we going to do when we don't have hours of Keffe D audio to listen to, Sasha?
There's been a lot of it. There has been a lot of Keffe D audio. So,
as you look live at the Great Seal of the State of Nevada, yes, we've heard a lot. The jury taking its mid-morning break to, stretch our legs, etc. And then, but look, they were here in court listening to testimony for about an hour and 20 minutes. Before that, it was a little bit of a late start, but then the attorneys were arguing this morning.
Yeah.
And then they brought in this witness, Michael Dorsey, a documentarian who apparently was working with BET at the time. And it sounds like this guy was recording the interview as it was going on with another witness who testified, another documentary showrunner, filmmaker, Mario Diaz, whose voice you could hear asking Keffe D the questions like, how did Baby Lane get his name? Is it because he had a baby face?
Yeah.
No, it's because he was born on blah,
Burris
blah Lane. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they changed it to Baby Lane. I think another interesting point, too, was he said, was there a point you felt bad about Tupac? And Keffe D said, I wish it never happened. So again, the prosecution saying, hey, this is another, quote, admission that they're giving an example of.
Many admissions.
Yes.
And even the defense attorney in his opening statement admitted, yeah, he said all this, but he's full of crap. And so you're really asking.
All a lie.
Yes. He told the story, but you can't prove it. So far, I don't think they've proven it. There's so much more testimony to be heard over the next couple of weeks of trial. But you're asking the jury, if you're the defense, you're asking the jury to listen to multiple hours, many, many hours of testimony of this guy repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. Sometimes he did it for money. Sometimes he did it because he thought the police weren't going to use the information against him. He did it in a book. He did it in a documentary. He denied it, however, to 8 News investigator Vanessa Murphy, who interviewed him before the trial. And you can see that interview all over in news all over the country and on social media. And there's Keffe D, Duane Davis, on trial for his life. We're going to go to break and come back and discuss all of what happened this morning before the jury resumes in day 6 of testimony in Nevada versus Duane Keffe D. Davis on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. It's me and Sasha Loftus. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back. Well, we have a lot to cover here in this short 7 minutes left of this break, Kyle. Another long audio file, but there was a lot to unpack within it.
There is. Before we begin with what we heard today, I just want to make sure that I needle you a little bit because you missed the outburst.
I did.
You
I did.
were gone on Friday.
I did see it from home, though.
Oh, good.
I was tracking.
You and the rest of the world.
Yes.
And what'd you think?
I did not expect that.
No.
I did not expect that.
No.
So,
But it was serious. I mean, he really seemed concerned
He was very
for the
upset.
safety of his family.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, and you'll be seeing me and Sasha for the entire duration of this trial. So, no more days off.
No more days off.
Like the Patriots in their
weekends.
championship reign, no days off. Fine.
Yeah.
If you want to take the weekend off, but we're covering trial wall to wall. And today is no different. So day 6 began with a little bit of fireworks. First between the judge and the lawyers themselves about sort of how the jury should interpret information that they're getting about Keffe D's criminal past.
Yes.
And then they brought in a witness before the jury came on to continue his testimony. The judge wanted to hear some of what he was going to testify to before the jury came in the room. And this is Michael Dorsey. He is a documentary filmmaker, and he and Michael Sanf, the defense attorney, haven't had the best relationship so far.
Yeah, a little back and forth.
Yes, and that is, we'll explain why this argument ensued in letter B.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in this case, which is the entire thing.
Correct.
You never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No. Let's back up here to make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No.
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
That's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
So there you have it. Defense attorney Michael Sanf telling this guy, why did you take my client's... You were recording the interview as it was going on because someone else was conducting the interview. And in the interview, you can even hear him texting somebody in the other room saying, say this or say that. And then it sounds like he did something to release in some way, not for profit necessarily, but I think this guy thinks Keffe D did it and wanted someone to know that this guy's here confessing to the Tupac murder.
And he said, I can do whatever I want. Because he said, did you have his permission to record? And he said, I didn't need his permission, which is, kind of the contention.
And says to Michael Sanf, do you not understand? Or do you understand? Like, we're in Hollywood. Okay? We can do what we want. And Vanessa was on here on Friday, and as Vanessa is a very serious and well-respected investigative journalist, and when she found out that these documentarians, who documentary is a form of journalism, that they paid Keffe D for this stuff, and then they're treating themselves as if they're seeking the truth. I think someone in our seat could find that somewhat offensive.
Yeah.
I understand it because it's Hollywood and not, they're not a CBS affiliate like we are, but still. The interview is fascinating, and it is a subject of great interest in the sense that it is newsworthy.
Yeah,
and so
it does come down, though, as we've been saying this entire time, it's yet another admission, a quote admission from him, but there is still no physical proof that they've presented yet.
No, plenty of time left, but as you say, more stuff from Keffe D about Tupac, and this is what he had to say during this Hollywood interview in letter C about Tupac.
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, what I'm saying? The dude, what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob, and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it.
Well, Keffe D at some point, even after the murder of the rap icon, not speaking well of the dead.
Yeah.
Tupac Shakur dying in 1996 in cold blood. Somebody shot and killed him inside that BMW. And Keffe D, the theory of the prosecution case is that fight at the MGM where Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane, got a beatdown after the Mike Tyson fight. The documentarian said to him, the showrunner who was doing the interview, Mario Diaz, said, would Tupac still be alive
if that hadn't happened?
Right. And then he said he doesn't know, but he knows that Tupac didn't keep his mouth shut and had some other choice words
Called
for
him
him.
ignorant, yeah.
Yes. So, Sasha, another angle of this trial that I keep bringing up is how many we should have played a over-under game on how many different huge celebrities' names would be brought up during this case. And we can do it together. You start.
There are some today that I did not expect at all that were kind of brought up as, people within the industry. But I mean, yeah, we've had Sean Diddy Combs. We've had
we got Snoop.
Yes, Snoop. Thank you.
We got Biggie.
We
got Justin Bieber today.
Justin Bieber.
We have
Chris Brown was brought up today as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, which I did not expect Justin Bieber and Chris Brown. Which again, that wasn't saying that they were involved. It was just
No, they just come up
in
in testimony.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Johnson, the football player, was at a party.
Mm-hmm.
Magic Johnson at some point, during the testimony or the audio interviews we were listening to. Other famous singers we've heard were up on stage at some of these concerts that they went to. So there have been a lot. And then someone who's become famous, other than Keffe D himself, and of course the victim, Tupac, is Suge.
Mm-hmm.
Suge Knight is now, at least for the people watching us on 8 News Plus, a household name.
Yes.
In those households, at least.
Yes.
There he is with...
He has been mentioned more than anyone.
Yes, he's in prison for an unrelated matter. And, as the days goes on, I would say it's less and less likely that we're going to hear from him. At one point, I thought they were leading up to that.
I did
and
too.
now it seems that they're drifting from that part of things. But, with regard to all of the celebrities and why we're discussing them is because in addition to the gang aspect, Keffe D was a confessed gangster. We have different record labels, Bad Boy, Death Row. We have different artists, Snoop. We have Puff Daddy.
And it's all kind of a web, right?
Right.
It's all interconnected, which you wouldn't, in ways you wouldn't originally expect.
No. And so the jury's getting so many different educations on the hierarchy of the gang, how Death Row Records was built. One law enforcement said, have no doubt this Death Row was built on drug money. And when Reggie Wright Jr., his Suge Knight's head of security, testified, he eventually became the de facto owner or head of Death Row Records when Suge went to prison. They admitted on the stand that it was somewhere between $300 and $500 million that company is worth. So the jury's learning so much about the business of it, the gangland aspect of it, the drugs, the violence, and now Hollywood. How Tinseltown is made its way
into the web, if you will.
Into the web.
Yeah.
But you know what strikes me, and we talk about this often, not only in the context of this case, but in some of the stories, we'll hear something that happens that gets a national headline, and then we'll hear a Las Vegas connection.
Always.
And this case keeps going back from Las Vegas to Hollywood to Las Vegas to L.A. and Compton, and now you're hearing about that. And all of that to tell you that some of what they discussed dealt with these record label artists, and just more name dropping for the jury to say, my goodness, not necessarily direct evidence that Keffe D on trial for orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur did it, but just, hey, there's a lot of different angles and aspects at play, and this one has to do with record label artists. Clip D. Oh, go ahead.
I think actually before
Well,
we
no,
play
let's listen
that,
to the clip.
I believe, okay.
Yeah, let's listen to the clip.
We try to get them out the game, like try to play sports, rap, stuff like that. Try to get up out the game. Our motive is to get up out the game. Get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars enjoying their fucking game. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber. You gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money, get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town, dude, you need to leave that shit alone. Take it from Keffe D, leave that shit alone.
So Keffe D talking about some of how this record label artists factor into the world that we don't know necessarily. His gangland world as a member and a head of the Crips gang in Compton. And now you see live pictures of Keffe D standing and now sitting as the jury enters the courtroom to continue testimony in day 6 of the Tupac murder trial. Here on 8 News Plus, Sasha Loftus and I will be here covering the trial all day during breaks and again at 7 p.m. to wrap everything up for you with the day in court. But as the late morning session of day 6 begins, let's listen in.
Let's do about 45 minutes.
Okay.
All right, we have Mr. Dorsey back. You're still under oath, sir. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may resume your questioning at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, that was the July 17th, 2017 conversation that we just listened to, correct?
It was the first interview, yes.
And then the second interview, and I have a copy of the transcript if you need to look at it, was July 28th of 2017. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds right, yes.
We're just going to start playing that, Judge. And that is State's Exhibit number 122.
Okay. 122 is now playing.
Are you moving back, you think, anytime soon? You're gonna stay with us? You don't, I know you don't. Yeah. But your wife's got that business of hers or whatever, right? Yeah. So she'd have to give it up for you to come back?
Yeah. No, she with a corporation, so they'll move her around.
Oh, that's cool.
She say she won't come back.
Looks good. I mean, I see a white man in the background. Other than that,
I want to get out of here soon.
yeah. Actually, I see a white man's torso in the background.
Yeah, sorry to do that. I won't be here long.
Where's Tara?
What's that?
Where's Tara?
Who's what?
Where's Tara?
Tara?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen her today.
See the height.
You said she called me and told me that you called her this morning. But I don't think she's in the office, actually.
Keith, you mind looking up? Look at Mario for 1 second. I just want to make sure your background looks good. We'll be in business.
You're going to be looking at me the whole time, so.
So, Dave, I think it's hitting the whole thing. We want to raise it up and down. There we go. Just down. Slant the shoulders, right?
That's right. Hey, Eric. Yeah. Oh, well, do this first. What the hell's happening over there? Did you get in touch with him? No, he's not picking up for Nora either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's good. Right the neck line. It's good.
But that's all right, right, Keith? You know what you're going to talk about, right? Do you need him here? He's not picking up.
What? When that night come, yeah, I do, you know. Yeah. You know, we already discussed that. I don't know when the fuck he picked up.
Me neither. Yeah.
So I'm talking about we want to. Man.
Where'd he go?
Come on before you start.
I need to wait. I mean, I'm ready to start.
How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I just heard him say you don't need him here, do you? He's like, yeah, I do.
That's all we got. You know, we'll talk a little bit about the fight.
I told her, I'm not. I wasn't talking about that little place though.
You know what?
Told her that we was in the office that day when we was arguing. I said, can you give me 2 weeks? And she said, I said, I gave you 6 months. And she said, Keith, I got the people here, just shoot this, woo woo. So I was like, shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Oh, you want to go through the whole thing again?
Yeah.
Okay, we can do a little bit of that. Yeah, sure. I mean, but you look great. I have it already. We don't have to go through the entire story. I look great. You look fine. Yeah. To you. To me. To everyone. To everyone who's seen it. Hey, don't release that shit on the internet like y'all did last time. No, of course not. Who released that shit? I wasn't even working here when that happened. I have no idea.
Did you hear about that?
What?
Yeah.
You want even working here? I've been here for 5 weeks.
So he shot like a promo. He came in, before Mario got hired, and shot a promo, and then somebody like BET or somebody leaked it on the internet.
I know. I actually was here for one. I was here working on a different.
Alright, so can we get let's talk about the other stuff then, and then we'll get to that later. So I'm just gonna go back to the stuff that we talked about in the other.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we get to that. Yeah. Is everybody ready to start?
Yeah, that was bad.
Can you give me a?
All right, here we go.
Oh, for this stuff. Yeah. Got it. So they're very close. Yeah. No problem.
Where do you think we'll start?
Yeah, just push it. Just move it. Just be careful. 1 second. That's not it. Yeah, just move it. Thank you. Right. Comfortable with this? Yeah, I'll probably operate this. No, I see it. You want to tie it? Thank you. Want me to tie it now or no? Okay, now well, I'm not seeing it. Oh, I just told them I thought it was fine. I see. The one good thing is on the CMDA, it's 3.2K, we have a lot of pushback. To get the HG in it, we got a lot of room on it. But anyways, we can do wider. Right. You can't get wider if you don't do wider. Alright, let's go. Eric. Yep. That's cool. I'm rolling. Yeah, how you are? Okay, guys, can we settle? Let's go. We are rolling, so everyone please make sure you're holding on silent or vibrate. So last time when we talked about, you gave me a little bit of your background. Where'd you grow up? What was Compton like when you grew up? Why don't we talk a little bit about that just to get us warmed up? Okay. Let me just move my chair up. So remember, you're going to be looking at me, and remember to try to speak in full sentences, right? I'm going to always stop you if you don't do it. So, okay. So I grew up in blah, blah, blah. It was, my neighborhood was this. Okay. I grew up in Compton. I moved here in 1965. And it was all white back then. We was the first black family on the street. And it was pretty cool. Then the blacks started moving in like 69, 70, 71. And most hold on, let me see. Sorry. No, I think it's a computer, yeah. Sorry. I did. No, now you turned it on. It's off. Go ahead. Okay, I grew up in Compton, 1965. We moved out there. We was the first black family on the street, literally in the neighborhood. So
moving in about 69, 70, 71. And most families will have both of their parents, pops and moms and pops. And the neighborhood was pretty nice, pretty green grass, all that. Then the gangs came in about 70, 71. And our neighborhood started gang banging in 1972.
And what affiliation were the gangs?
It was Crips and Bloods. And our neighborhood was U.S. at first. Then they turned to Crips in 1972.
And you were a good kid, you were telling me, right?
Yes.
Like you were a good student and all that stuff.
Good student,
how
yeah.
did you go? Tell me that, and then tell me how you fell in with gang activity.
How I fell in with gangs?
Yeah.
Really, I fell in with gangs. It was a fad around our neighborhood. I was a good student, but I still was a gang member right then. I used to be like the ball boy for Compton College, so I knew older dudes and stuff like that. They gave me more wisdom, whereas
You played ball with Suge Knight, right?
yeah, I played pop runner football at Greater Compton with Suge Knight. His dad was a coach, stuff like that.
Is he a cool dude?
Yeah, he was cool back then. He was like a year younger than us. Him and his cousins played on our team. He was twin, Ronald Knight, and Suge. All three of them played on the team. And his dad was our coach.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So at some point, you guys were tight, right?
We were just football teammates. Yeah, we used to go to his house. We win the games. Go to his house, go swimming. We used to go to his other uncle house. Donald house too. We go swimming over there after we win and stuff like that.
So, let me check my notes here. When did you first hear about Death Row?
Death Row?
Yeah, about the label and all that stuff.
1990.
Just tell me in a full sentence.
I heard about Death Row in 1990. Before Suge was even involved.
What was your impression like? What were you? Is it true that you were somewhat involved at the beginning with them?
Yes.
Can you explain what that was?
I did the footwork for the project. I really didn't think it was going to work. 2 years later, it came up.
So what was that footwork?
It was the footwork?
Yeah.
Just the footwork, basic footwork.
We have it on camera. You told me about delivering the money and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So can you expand on that?
You say?
Can you tell me about it?
I just did the footwork with the money part. That's all. Yeah, but I can't tell you who I did it for. You know what I'm saying? But I did the footwork for the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think maybe Wayne's calling. Hey, Randy. Can you check to see somebody from the reception is calling me? Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah, you need to be in here.
Yeah. So, he's not gonna come for him?
He's not gonna come for me? I'll go get him.
No, I'll do it. Let me just finish this thought before we forget it, and he can wait for a second. So without naming names, what kind of people did you do the footwork for? Without naming names, what kind of people did you do the footwork for?
The bosses.
Yeah, but just, tell me in a full sentence. I did the footwork for...
I did the footwork for bosses. Me and Suge had the same boss, really, literally. Yeah.
And was it drug money?
Yes, yes it was.
In a full sentence, please.
Yes, it was drug money. Yes.
Let me get Wayne then. We can step down. Yeah, I mean, well, how much time do we have in that?
10 of these rolls.
Okay, let's just keep rolling.
Don't talk about me. Okay. Okay, hey.
Oh, damn, right?
Yeah, I'm good. Good job.
I feel everything jiggling. I feel everything jiggling.
So he in there talking to the door?
He's not gonna talk if you're not there.
Why he do that every time I'm in there?
What?
He supposed to be in there with me, dog.
Just come in.
Well, he's
It's just creating more headaches.
Why don't even know how we got in that conversation? We hear you made a comment. We'll stick to that. That's right. So move forward with this shit. Some bullshit, man. I made that happen. And he told my sister that, I swear to God, man. And she sweats me every motherfucking month for rent money. Because he told her that.
Just please come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked you over the door. I said, Shawty, I've been there this man.
It makes my life more difficult. Yeah, we're good.
He really crossed me. Nigga, no way in hell he'd let that book come out. They would have been when he said something about my brother. Hell no. They just surely a He wrong, man. He hooked this up. Yeah, I called y'all on it. Matter of fact, I didn't even talk to him. I talked to him first about it. No, listen. I know we was already doing this house and all that, spending the night and all that.
Oh, you get out? He's talking to Tara, and Tara has to leave, so he's going to be here in 10 minutes.
Tara got to leave. Okay, I need to talk to her too, though. You got to talk to her.
You know where she is?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Right, you're just going to stop there.
I'll translate.
Where Tara at?
Yeah. Right, basically, yeah. But
Just keep it.
that's a huge admission from an OG from Compton with verifiable connections to see on camera, yes. Straight from the horse. He's the go-between.
It doesn't have to be so complicated. It's like a fucking interview.
Nobody's talking about Suge right now because he's cut off, but no, they fell out. But, certainly not after Tupac's here.
I'll get pushing to get everything going, and then we can kind of figure out.
So I'll give it to you after. Yeah. I mean, I have to get it from them, but I can give it to you.
As soon as we get everything done today, we can probably
Well, I wanted to go to Vegas. And,
do the hero shot.
Yeah.
Yes, right after the hero shot. How much do I owe you? 25 G's, right? We probably could do 10 today.
I only have authorization for 5.
I know, but
You can talk.
I'll just take it for
okay, if you need it.
Because I need clothes on the property.
But if you need, then when we go meet you in Vegas for your hero shots, we'll just bring the other, 20 G's. Does that work? Because I want to get some good hero shots. Okay, check sign.
It's all good. Hi, Ashley. This is Mario Diaz calling you back. Hi. Good. Okay, cool.
I don't know why they're taking a break. I didn't hear somebody couldn't get in or something. I don't know. I have not heard his voice, but he didn't
Keep
really
going.
say much
Keep
last
going.
time either.
Didn't make a left. It was the wrong path.
Oh, you gotta take the wrong path.
Hey there, how are you? I'm good. I'm actually, I just wanted to play you back real quick, but I'm doing interviews today, so I don't have a lot of time. Tell me.
Which one do you see doing it for lunch?
How did that get started?
Oh, we had a place called Compton Hydraulics. My brother did, and they used to call up there and ask for lowriders.
Who did?
All kind of entertainers, movie people, and everything. So that's how, yeah. Puff called Batman from what's his name, Marcus Houston. Yeah, he called. He used a few of them called. Yeah.
And how did you end up in the video?
I went up.
Well, you know, the crew. Like I
never was in no video. I would never put myself out there like that.
Was in Orlando in some of the videos too? I feel like I've seen his face in some of the videos.
Not that I know of.
But you guys started, but you started hanging out with Puffy and going to concerts, and how did that relationship start?
He called one night.
Who did?
Puff called one night and asked us was it cool to come out on the West Coast for his concerts. Yeah. And so, shit. Then he came. The first concert we went to was in Irvine at the Summer Jam. And then Suge was there. When they got off the stage, when Biggie didn't perform, Suge asked me how did I know them guys. And I seen he was kind of getting jealous then because Biggie had a hot record back then. Had a One More Chance. And that was the hottest thing going on right there.
So how did you get on stage with those guys?
I knew some New York people that knew them. New York guys, yeah.
So you were on stage?
Yeah.
Doing the performance?
Yes, I was on stage with them, yeah.
I wanted to ask you how that works, because they call you guys up to see if it's okay to come to LA. What does that mean? For some of us who don't understand,
No, hold on.
Yeah.
No, he would call to see if it was cool to come out to LA because he was scared of Suge then, yeah. They had beef, some shit started in Atlanta or something.
So did you guys offer him security? Is that how it went down, or?
No, we ain't no security guards. You know what I'm saying? No, we just went to the concerts with him. I guess he was trying to be slick because we were Crips and his enemies are Bloods. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was being smart. But me and Suge was friends, so I used to go to parties. Everything was Suge. Meet Suge at parties and all that. Clubs, all that.
So at that point, it was still cool.
Yeah,
you still talked to Suge, no problem. You still talked to, you hung out with Puffy's people, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
When did it become a problem?
I guess when that guy, Big J, got killed in Atlanta.
Tell me about that.
The word on the street was his Puffy bodyguard killed him. Yeah, out there in Atlanta at a party or something.
And then, I want to understand how, Puffy is afraid that Suge's going to do something, so he calls you guys up, right?
No, he was having a tour that year, that BET tour, and he was just shit. I guess he was paranoid, scared. And he's like, I guess he used the Crips. You know what I'm saying? So he just called and asked, can we come to the concert?
Right. Did you guys have a good time with him?
Oh yeah, it was cool. Had a nice time.
All right, so let's go through all that stuff we talked about last time. How many times did you meet Puffy?
How many times have I met Puffy?
Yeah.
Shit, I can't remember. It was so many times I can't remember.
Was there a specific time and place where you guys talked about him being scared?
Shit, at Greenbacks on Sunset.
What happened there?
Shit, you know, you eat upstairs at the deli, and you order your food downstairs. So me and them went downstairs and ordered a couple of champagne bottles, and we talked about it then.
What did he say?
What did he say? Shit, he was just scared of the guy, shit. That's all.
Did he ask you to do something for him?
Shit. Not really. Yeah. But,
He's nodding he's saying yes.
Okay. Yes, he asked us to do something.
Can you tell me what that is?
I guess he wanted the big guy taken care of. Yeah. Shit. That's all in shit. I'm not no killer, so shit, I don't know why he was asking me. You know?
Right.
Yeah. Shit. That ain't my line of work. Yeah.
So, how did you meet Puffy initially? Was it through Zip? We talked about who Zip was. Let's dig in a little bit. Who's Zip and how did you meet him?
I meet Zip? We played a baseball game at our park. Just a different neighborhood, and he happened to be their pitcher. Happened to be their pitcher, yeah.
And what was his line of work?
What was his line of work? Well, he was a pimp, you know, and he get money in the streets. Yeah.
So what, were you guys in business together?
No, not really.
You just tell me what he did for you in terms of the Puffy relationship. Did he connect you to him? Is that who introduced you?
Yeah, that's who introduced. Yeah.
So please say that in the complete.
Yeah. Von Zip introduced me to Puff. That's how I met Puff. Yeah.
Right. Let me just keep checking my notes here. So once you knew what Puff wanted, did you look for an opportunity to, help him out with his problem?
Oh no, sir. I didn't need the money. I was well off my damn self. Matter of fact, he was just starting out, so my pockets was better than his. Okay.
Tell me about your life during that time. Like, what were you? You're pulling in a lot of money, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Paint a picture of what that looks like. Like, what was it? How much money were you bringing in? How large were you living?
Do I got to say that?
You can give an idea. You don't have to be like super specific to the dollar amount. Just give me a sense of it.
About 4.2, 4 million every month. Bringing in, yeah. It wasn't mine, so. Yeah.
How much did you keep?
About 20%. Yeah.
So
that's how much I would make, yeah.
So to you, the money didn't matter.
Yeah.
When things got hot in Vegas, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but when things got hot in Vegas, was it about the money? When you guys went after Suge and Tupac?
Really, it seemed like they came after us. Jumped on my nephew at the, yeah. Seemed like they was targeting us. Yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
So, let's go back. I'm jumping around a lot. So let's go back to the Puffy thing. After you met with him at Greenblatt's, when did you see him again? The candy? Yeah.
Is that right?
He can hear the candy going.
Okay. All right,
Either swallow it or spit it out.
Okay.
So after you met him at Greenblatt's, did you see him again?
After that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen him a few concerts and stuff like that, yeah.
And was he still concerned about the beef with Suge?
No, not really. Shit, he had about 50 clips with him, shit. And he hired some Navy SEALs, too. So, goddamn, I was like, damn. Yeah.
So just tell me the beginning of that. So Puffy wasn't afraid because?
Oh, Puffy wasn't afraid because he had 50 clips with him. And plus he had about 10 Navy SEALs in the room with him, shit.
Right.
Yes.
So, let's talk about Orlando. Who's Orlando Anderson?
Orlando Anderson is my nephew. My nephew, my best friend, my son, everything. He's everything to me.
You guys did a lot of stuff together, hung out, chilled out?
He was a youngster, just graduated from high school. And, they jumped on him, 20-year-old kid, some grown men jumped on the kid. That's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like he always picking on some kids. Yeah.
Did he become part of your crew?
No, not really. I would never put my nephew in a position like that to be part of no crew like that.
But he's affiliated with gangs, right? He's affiliated with the Crips. He's not. I've seen pictures of him flashing gang signs.
Well, shit, he grew up over there. That's a culture, Yeah, it's culture over there. Yeah, that's all. He went to school. That's our neighborhood. Period.
So what happened? I want to set the stage for what happened at the lobby of the MGM, right? Somebody saw him and said, "That's the guy who stole my chain," right?
Yeah.
There had been a previous incident at the Lakewood Mall.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you know about that stuff?
Well, it was this football player. It was a guy, one of my little homeboys named Marcus. He was playing football for, he was going to play football for Arizona State. And we was up there to buy him some stuff to go play football with. Like shoes, go off to college with, send him off right.
You were there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay.
But they was there to send him off right, give him support so he could be all right when he go to college. It just so happened he ran into 3 of the death row guys, and he was there by himself. And they was bird dogging him, talking shit to him. Death row, mob, pyro, and all that. So shit, he jumped off. Marcus, he wasn't no punk. He can fight good, and he was a football player, so he athletic. So he grabbed, he knocked the guy out, grabbed his chains. That's all. We ain't had no bounty on no chains. We don't want that little punk ass chain. You know what I'm saying? The little chain, weren't worth shit.
So they started it.
They started it, yeah.
And who's Marcus?
Marcus, he was a football player he was from our neighborhood. He was just graduated from Dominguez High School, so he could play football.
And he was there that day with?
He was there at the mall by himself. Then it was 3 guys from Death Row there, from Mob Pyro. They was bird dogging, talking shit to him, woo, because he had on a little S hat that represented our neighborhood. So they was, bird dogging him, just so my nephew knew happened to come up to the mall.
So he got involved because he saw what was happening, or how did he get there?
Or did my nephew get there? No, they was going to meet him up there so he can buy him some stuff. Send him off right to Arizona State. Good athlete. Play strong safety.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get straight. Like, they were together when they encountered the guys from Death Row?
No, Marcus was by himself.
How did Orlando get involved there?
Orlando and his Marcus friend, they just graduated from high school. They all friends, played sports together. They came up to the mall to meet Marcus so they could help him send him off right to college.
No, I understand that, but when the shit started happening, where was Orlando?
He was walking into the mall, walking into the Foot Locker. And Marcus seen his homeboys. Like, we're even now, motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? And Marcus just took off on him.
I understand.
Knocked the dude through the shoes. Took his little change.
Right.
Snatched his change. Orlando didn't have nothing to do with that fucking change. Period.
Because I understood that there was like a bounty for the chain.
That's bullshit. What? $200, $300 change? Bounty. We didn't need that fucking change.
But, all right, so that's Orlando. We go to Vegas now, all right? In Vegas, you guys go to the fight. Tell me why you went to Vegas.
We was going to the fight, the Mike Tyson fight. We've been going to the fight since like 88, 89. Before rappers was even famous going to the fucking fights. One fight I was at, sitting next door to Mike Douglas. MC Hammer was outside the fucking gate. I mean, you know, trying to get into the motherfucking VIP section. So yeah, you know, shit. Yeah, I've been going to the fights. Las Vegas, yeah.
And you knew that Sugar's going to be there?
No, not really. I didn't know Sugar was be there. I seen Sugar the day before the fight. Outside in the lobby, he was in their Rolls Royces. And then, shit. You know, I seen him there. He spoke to me and everything. If he had beef, he should have said something then.
So who were you with?
Who were I with?
Yeah.
Shit, he was my homeboys. Yeah, he seen me the day before the fight. Pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Yeah.
In Orlando, obviously.
Yeah, Orlando, I think Orlando was with us too, yeah.
All right. So the next thing is you guys went to the fight.
Yes,
right?
we went to the
fight. Ended quickly.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Is it Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson, yeah. First rounder, yeah.
And you went to eat somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Tell me what happened after the fight.
We all were sitting in different spots of the arena. Then I told everybody let's meet up at the cafe in the MGM. So shit, we all came from. I seen Tupac and Sugar and Duane in the fight. They seen me too. Shit, I went to the cafe. And then some guys, some of my homeboys from East Coast Crips came in there and said, hey homie, the Death Row dude shooting him just jumped on your nephew. I go, yeah? Yeah, that's what happened.
What'd you do then?
I went to look for my nephew, make sure he was all right.
And what happened? Did you find him?
Yeah, I found him. He said he was cool and stuff. Shoulder was kind of out of place. I asked him, do we need to go to the hospital? Yeah.
What did he tell you happened?
He said he was rusty. He said Shug and Buntry and them just rusty. Yeah. Tupac.
Why did it happen?
We had no idea why it happened. I guess when we Lakewood Mall, I guess. But they seen us the day before. The fuck, you know.
So the day before, you're saying that Tupac and Shook both saw you and Orlando?
I don't think Tupac is winning.
Oh,
but
there you go. Because what happened is, I mean, the way I understand it,
Tupac had a hot head and just, you know, trying to take off with somebody, trying to be a gangster. I don't know. I guess he got a hot head for a crazy dude.
Well, he claims that the stupid necklace, you know, that's the guy who grabbed the necklace off of his friend.
Yeah. That little $300 necklace. Yeah.
I know, it's funny, right? Like, this shit is all over. About a stupid necklace, you know.
Yes.
People die.
So, to the parking lot. Got on cars. And, had a little meeting. And our little homie said they gonna have a concert at the 662 Club. So I was just confront him and ask him why would he jump on my nephew. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. And then, what was the? Just tell me what the little conference was about. You had a little meeting. You said.
What's that?
You said you had a little meeting. What was that meeting about?
No, we were just gonna go to the 662 Club and see do Pac want to get out. You know what I'm saying? Since we friends, me and Shug friends, I just want to see do Pac want to get out. Because I'm quite sure my nephew would knock his ass out. So my nephew was athlete, really.
Okay. And then what happened? You guys went off. Tell me, with as much detail as you can remember, what happened after that?
Okay, yeah, it was like this been like what, 20 years ago almost. I'll tell you as much as I can.
Of course.
So we went to the store. We went to the 662 Club. Waited there about an hour. They didn't ever show up. So we left. Started, we gonna go party. So we went and brought some champagne, case of champagne.
Wait, let's take it step by step. So you went to 662 to look for them, and they never showed.
No, we went to see what it was about. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to talk to Shug. Because, I've been knowing him since I was 9 years old, shit. Plus, I helped him get his record business going, shit. You know what I'm saying? You gonna bite the hand that feed you? You know, shit.
But so you went into the club and he wasn't there.
No, I never went into the club. I just went in the back where they was gonna come in.
This is probably a good stopping point.
Okay.
I can go another 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, like JEA just said, there was a mix-up with the food, so we're looking at about 15 more minutes.
Okay.
But I can also give them their break and then bring it in 15 minutes. Get you just a natural stopping point and we'll break. So this is it?
This is it.
Okay. All right. We'll take our lunch break now. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1:30. Please rise for the jury.
All right, we are officially halfway done with day 6 of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. More audio files played. We've heard quite a few. You hear Duane Keffe D. Davis on that audio file speaking more about the time in Las Vegas when Tupac Shakur was shot and killed. You heard him talk a lot about Tupac specifically. There you see the great seal of the state of Nevada. The judge announcing they will be back in about an hour. So Kyle Payne and I will have the very latest in that time, wrapping up what we've seen so far and looking ahead to the rest of the day, Kyle.
Well, lunch is important.
It is.
So the jury came in about 10:30. They heard 2 hours of this never-ending series of audio recordings. When we sat down to cover this trial, I just thought we'd hear from witnesses. We thought maybe we'd hear from some celebrity witnesses. Well, we're hearing from one witness over and over and over again, the audio testimony of Keffe D himself. And we have a lot to cover, and we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to go through the morning session of day 6 of Nevada versus Duane Keffe D. Davis in the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus. Me and Sasha Loftus. Stay with us.
All right, we are on lunch break of day 6 of the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Sasha Loftus here with Kyle Payne, and a lot more audio files today, Kyle.
Yes, and it's never ending. So we've talked about how the jury of 16 people, 6 men and 10 women, 12 of whom will deliberate in the end, 4 alternates, are inquisitive. And I will now say that they are asking for a lot of patience from this jury because they're not getting to the point yet. They're making sure you understand that Keffe D has explained all of the background. Duane Davis on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend Tupac Shakur. As we begin the second week of testimony, that Keffe D has told law enforcement repeatedly, on 2 separate occasions has told documentarians who have taken the stand. One of them who testified Friday and again today before they played more of this. And they're asking the jury to listen. You know, it's not even boring video testimony, like, you know, one camera interrogation stuff. It's that words. And they didn't even make the transcript appealing. You know, we're in the business of television, so we try and make attractive graphics for our viewers when we force them to read something. You know, reading is not part of the job for our viewers. And jury has to sit through a lot. They have to look at a lot of pictures. They have to hear a lot of things. But they're being asked to listen and read, not for 1 or 2 hours, not for 1 or 2 hours a day, but for several hours in every day of the trial. Basically, they've heard from a 1998 interview where the audio sounded like I recorded it with a tin cup.
Yeah.
Then 2008 and 2009 interviews with law enforcement. All sorts of law enforcement was in those rooms with FBI and other federal agents,
and they're very
LAPD and
obviously
Metro.
There are points where, you know, what they're trying to get to, where he, quote, admits to the particular shooting, but then there are a lot of parts of it that are unrelated that you kind of have to sift through.
Yes, and that baffles me, frankly, because I don't think there's anything in the Nevada Rules of Evidence that makes someone, if a audio recording is 4 hours long, that requires you to play 4 whole hours. So what they're doing that for, now there's reasons. There's reasons they could do it. There's gamesmanship. There's, we want to play this so that the defense doesn't play it and make us look bad. But like the staticky stuff, the 2 minutes when they're not even really speaking to each other, where one of the guys on the phone, the other's complaining about something, the stuff where there's just dead silence. It's possible that the prosecution, that this is part of their theory, that, look, we've played you every second of every interview this guy's ever given from here till kingdom come, and we've left it all out there so that should the prosecutors have any second thoughts, they won't be able to go back and say, well, maybe we should have given the jury all the context they could have had. How are we to decide whether? But if it's me, I'd do his greatest hits.
Yeah,
I'd be like, here's 30 seconds where he played, because we got the jurors have their time is valuable.
Yeah,
they're upending their lives for what's going to be a month. There was a week of jury selection. The trial could last on its own another 4 weeks, not from now, but from the beginning.
Yeah,
and then. To ask them to sit there, and they must sit there and wonder, why am I talking about if I was a good student, if Keffe D was a good student? Why are we wondering, what he did in the summer of '69? I don't understand.
No, that's what it feels like for sure. And I think you could argue, obviously, it's different context, and he's talking to different people in different situations, but he's saying kind of the same thing over and over again. It's telling the same story in just a different way. So I think that can be, I'm sure, feel fairly mind-numbing after a while.
Yes, and obviously they want to say, all right, look, since 1998 through 2017 so far, and then I think the book was just right after that.
2019.
So for those decades, he told the story X number of times. He said always, hey, we made a U-turn. Like, these are the consistent factors. And they don't even need to point it out. The jury's going to figure that out on their own. Oh, wait, this time he says he didn't do it. This time he says he did do it. I'm wondering if the defense will play his interview with 8 News Now with Vanessa Murphy, where for once he denied it, where he said he was not in Nevada, and why would he kill Tupac to begin with? He was making millions of dollars for Death Row Records. And
I think in the interview today, they kind of asked him that in the audio that was played today. They said, he said specifically, I didn't need the money, which contradicts what he said in the past, where it's saying he's doing it for
Right. He said
file for money.
He said I'm not well. Like I have an illness. I'm doing it for my family. It wasn't a lot of money that he did it for. I think one of the interviews, at least, they gave him a check for $10,000 or $20,000. The witness testified, and the book he said he got $150,000. And not that that's nothing, but I imagine if he had good representation, he could have held out for a little bit more. And I think as we watch interviews that include his lawyer, I think this guy could have had a better team. He needed a better lawyer because he admits to all these things. Although some of the stuff I think in his proffers he thought he would never see the light of day.
But Vanessa Murphy even asked him that in her interview. She said, was there anyone in your life or in your corner that said, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea?
Oh, yeah, I love that question. She said, did anyone ever say to you, hey, maybe this is a bad idea? Because that's the reason you're here. Mm-hmm. It's not because somebody found a bullet with your fingerprint on it, Duane Keffe D. Davis, on trial for orchestrating the murder of the rap legend. But, as we sit through the lunch break and Sasha and I digest, if you will, all that happened in the morning session of day 6, it began with a little argument, spirited debate between defense and prosecutor about Keffe D's criminal history. And Keffe D admits in some of these things that, I got caught for this drug dealer. I ended up getting convicted for something. And the jury has to hear this stuff. But in hearing that, they need to know why they're hearing it.
Yeah.
Because no one's admitting it to say, he was convicted, so therefore he committed the murder. They're doing it so that you can decide whether the truth of what he's telling you in the interview is something for credibility's sake that the jury should be listening to. And after that debate, in which they finally agreed on a little bit of language that Judge Carly Kearney, who's presiding over this case, downtown Las Vegas, the Regional Justice Center, 12th floor, saying where the public is it's open. It's open to the public. At the beginning, there was a lottery system.
Yeah.
Because they thought that the demand to get in the courtroom was going to be incredible.
Which at the beginning it was,
Yeah,
and
the
now it's
media,
kind of died down a little bit.
Yeah, it was a circus with the media. We do that from time to time. And there's family members in there and so forth. But after they agreed on that language, Judge Carly Kearney read the jury an instruction that she will apparently read before all law enforcement who plans to discuss Keffe D's background. He's got a criminal past.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He's done time in prison. He's in jail now. He was in prison during the time he was in jail because he got into a fight at jail just over the last 3 years since he's been arrested. Anyway, after all that, before the jury came back in the room, Michael Samp, the defense attorney, who hasn't had to do much because we're just sitting there. I mean, not to say he's not, but his role has been limited because all we've really been doing is listening to this audio.
You can't cross-examine an audio file.
I wish he could. it would spice things up if he could. But he brought in this documentarian, this man who had some relationship with BET back then, about 10 years ago, and I think in the summer of 2017, they interviewed Keffe twice, and this documentarian who took the stand told them, testified that he took the audio and sort of released it a little bit. And got a little testy about the defense wanting to know, well, it's not you. You didn't own it, did you? And the exchange was speaks for itself in clip B.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in this case, which is the entire thing,
correct?
You never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No. Let's back up here, but make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No.
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
That's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
So you heard that kind of contention there, that back and forth discussing, the quote permission to film Keffe D, and how he was saying, I was there for that purpose for this documentary, so I didn't need permission.
He wasn't even the interviewer.
Mm-hmm.
The interviewer was Mario Diaz, a documentary showrunner who also testified Friday. He was doing a documentary about Death Row Records. I would say the rise and fall, or at least the downfall of Death Row Records, which we know from Reggie Wright Jr.'s testimony. He was the head of security and eventually the de facto head of Suge Knight's Death Row Records. That's Suge on the left next to Tupac. Michael Sampt trying to get some information out of him about the tremendous role that Reggie Wright played, and said this was a $500 million operation. And Reggie Wright shrugged and said, I think it was $300 million. So, you say tomato. But there's a lot of more there about this. And as you say, this interview, these two interviews from 2017 with the documentary film crew took so many twists and turns. But finally, today they got to Tupac. And, we've heard from all the various confessions that, it all stemmed from an incident at the Lakewood Mall, and then eventually from inside the MGM after the Mike Tyson fight, spilled out onto the streets. Tupac was out in his car, and Keffe D, who was in search of him, had given up the search and found him. Mm-hmm. Took a U-turn. All that keeps getting repeated.
That's very consistent.
Right.
Yeah.
But today we got a little more flavor about why Tupac in clip G.
The way I understand it, Tupac had a hot head and just, trying to take off with somebody, trying to be a gangster. I don't know. I guess he got a hot head for a crazy dude.
Well, he claims that the stupid necklace, that's the guy who grabbed the necklace off of his friend.
Yeah. That little $300 necklace. Yeah.
I know, it's funny, right? Like, this shit is all over. About a stupid necklace, people die. So, what happened after that?
What happened after that?
Yeah.
Shit, went to the parking lot. Got on cars. Had a little meeting. The homie said they gonna have a concert at the 662 Club. So I was just gonna confront him and ask him why would he jump on my nephew. You know what I'm saying?
Why would he jump his nephew?
Yeah.
Well, we know, right?
Stems back to the argument at the mall.
Yes.
Well,
fight. A little quiz. Yeah. Involving Orlando Anderson. He had some involvement. He was there, and he's in the Dan Marino jersey in this video where he gets the bejesus kicked out of him by, among others, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Tupac is leading that charge in the gold shirt there, and then they leave. And there's questions throughout these interviews about the gold chain, the Death Row Records chain, and it's become the at least a version of that chain is part of evidence, and apparently something you don't do is take off a Death Row Records chain from a Death Row Records member. Mm-hmm. And that led to this tremendous altercation, which in turn led to Keffe D saying they were going to avenge his nephew, Baby Lane's injuries and getting beaten down. I would say the embarrassment and the injuries of getting beaten down. He said that Orlando's shoulder was dislocated. And in the book, the book is not, like a literary work of art, but it is very interesting.
It is very interesting.
And he says repeatedly, we're not going to let this stand. So you heard in that clip, after the fight, they went to Club 662. They were they were going to the carriage house that actually Keffe D and his entourage rolled up there, pulled over, wanted to confront Tupac and Suge and so forth, and the people that were responsible for the beating. And Reggie Wright Jr., who I just mentioned, the head of security for Death Row Records, testified that they were in there, or that they were supposed to be in there. And eventually, testimony, or Keffe D's book said that there were a lot of people in there, and maybe it would have been too many people.
Yeah.
And so they left, or they didn't think he was in there, and they left. And so they left the carriage house. They see him out on Flamingo or Maryland or wherever they were. Yeah, they flipped the U-turn, and Keffe D's version is that Tupac was hanging out of the BMW that you see there, riddled with bullets, hanging out of it, yelling to his fans, who were adoringly yelling back, Tupac, Tupac, around the same time that the photograph was taken. We heard testimony from the photographer who took that last photo, famous last photo of
Right there, you see it, yeah.
with the blank stare from Tupac.
And our James Schaefer interviewed that
Such a
photographer as
good
well.
story.
Yeah, great story.
You missed on Friday, James, a wonderful job coming up here, spending some time with us on the stream, because we've got some time to talk about the Tupac murder trial, and James fills some of that time. And so he gave us the color behind this photo. The flash that you see on the bottom of the frame is the flash from that photographer's camera. Anyway, they finally find Tupac, and Keffe D even says in one of the interviews, if Tupac hadn't been hanging out, they wouldn't have known that was him.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have shot him.
Mm-hmm.
But now, of course, he denies it, and he's pleaded not guilty and says he didn't do it. And who knows? And that's why we're here.
Then there's the whole scripted argument, right? Because he says
Yes.
it was a scripted show, whereas the documentarian says it was not scripted. And I think that's another kind of little piece of that as well.
I'm glad you brought that up, and we're going to try live on the air from this morning. We had Vanessa's interview with Tupac, where he mentions how he was given a script. It was this morning's Soundbite C, where Keffe D talks to Vanessa Murphy about how his lawyer basically said, if you're going to get out of this, you're going to speak to these federal agents, and you're going to learn this script.
Yeah.
And he said a similar thing about his book, that they gave him something to say in order to sell his book, that he sat down with his co-author, his ghostwriter, for just a little while, and the ghostwriter went on and told the story, not according to him now, not his story, but the story of how of what his involvement was with the killing of the rap icon Tupac Shakur, which I think you can call it irony at this point, is the reason that he is on trial for murder here in Clark County in downtown Las Vegas, where the world is watching to see if someone's going to be held accountable for what was the coldest case in ever, in such a big, high-profile murder. And so we have that clip C where he talked about the script.
So my lawyer came and met me a few times, and he gave me a script. He said, remember this stuff, this is the only way you're going home. And they was trying to target Sean Combs. They was trying to target him. And they gave me a script to read. He said, remember this stuff. And I just came, I remember this stuff because I used to do plays when I was in elementary school, because I had a good voice. And I remembered the script, and I came in there. He said, this is the only way you're going home. And I just said the script from what my lawyer said. Even that morning, I went up to his office and practiced the script. You know what I'm saying? And I just read that script, and he said, this is the only way you're going home. And it's going to save all your friends and all your family.
Just exactly what you said there, how they said memorize this script or use this script that he's claiming.
Now, when I watch that, he's definitely got his story now. He needs to have his story straight now. And that's the story he's telling Vanessa Murphy. And there are at least two versions of events, and one of them isn't true. However, he does seem awfully believable when he's talking to Vanessa Murphy. That being said, one of the FBI, I think it was an LAPD officer, testified he had no reason to think Keffe D was lying, because he was putting his nephew, who he loved, and keeps saying there's continuous testimony about how close they were and what a good nephew Orlando Anderson was to Duane Davis. But one of those stories is true and one of them isn't. Did Orlando Anderson shoot Keffe D? Was it related to something completely different? Was it because Tupac was going to leave Death Row Records and Suge Knight actually wanted him dead as somebody? That's not my theory. That's a theory that's been floated out there, and I think even asked about on the stand by prosecutors. So the question comes up repeatedly, why did he do this? Yeah. Why did he keep saying this? Well, one reason you pointed out, was for money. $150,000 for the book, 10 to 20 grand for the one of at least one of the interviews that he did with the documentarians. But the other reason is he said he wanted some of that money for his family because he wasn't doing well. But the other reason is because I think in 2008 and 2009, when he interviewed with police, he thought he wasn't going to get in trouble because they were investigating, in at least one of those instances, the murder of Biggie Smalls, Christopher Wallace, another late rapper who was murdered. And they wanted to know if he had anything to do with it. And in fact, that was how they began the interview. And he said, no, we didn't do that one. We did the other one.
Yeah.
And the investigators said they were shook. They couldn't even believe. They're like, you did the Tupac one? And then so they walked him through years worth of explanations of how they led up to get him being involved in Tupac. So the reason that I think he may have explained all that is he didn't think he was going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
And so
Because of the proffer.
how do we square all of this? Do we square all of this because the prosecution is going to come up with corroborating evidence that says, oh, well, not only did he confess, but now we have this piece of evidence that shows he really did it? Or is Keffe D going to just rest on his laurels and say, I don't have to constitutionally put on a defense. You guys didn't do anything except show that I've told 10 people 4 different stories about these things. Or is Keffe D, and this is too early, but I'm going to get to it, is he going to take the stand?
Yeah.
Is he going to get up there and say, look, these guys wanted stories, I told them stories. These guys wanted to hear, they wanted me to say I did it, I said I did it. They wanted me to give them a shooter, I gave them a shooter. They wanted me to give them a plausible motive, I gave them a plausible motive. And then they left me alone.
Yeah.
They were happy with my answers.
Well, and isn't it case to case on whether it's a good idea for the defendant to take the stand?
Yeah, it's almost never a good idea.
Yeah.
It's almost never a good idea because someone generally has said or done something since the commission of the crime or before the commission of the crime that they don't want out there. So
So it's an opportunity for the other side, for the prosecution
to ask all about it.
That. Yeah.
Yes. So and there's no rules. Anything that they've ever said or done becomes fair game.
Okay.
But not if he doesn't testify. So if Keffe D testifies, if Keffe D, let's just say the jury hadn't learned already all about his whole gangland past and his crimes and they already know that though because he's admitting to it. He's written about it in his book. He said, "Oh yeah, I had these drugs. I had they know he wasn't a saint."
Yeah, a Boy Scout.
Right. Thank you. A Boy Scout. I like that.
Yeah.
He wasn't a Boy Scout. He may have been. I don't know. We learned all about his childhood. We know that he had a good voice and he acted in school, and we know that he played Pop Warner and with Suge Knight. But yes, right, to your point, he was not a Boy Scout. And that is fleshed out repeatedly throughout these interviews that he did with police and with this documentary crew. So there's probably very little, in my opinion, that the defense attorney that the prosecution, when they cross-examine him, were he to go on the stand, that they would be able to make him look any worse than he already does. So to that end, they would just have to, the real crux of the matter becomes them trying to say, no, you were telling the truth all these times you said it, and him saying, no, I wasn't. It just becomes, did he do it? And him saying he did it, does that mean he did it?
Yeah.
Does that mean they think he did it? So it gets confusing, but if he were to take the stand, I think it's less risky for him because they already know most of what he's...
All the skeletons are out of the closet already.
Or most of them, yeah. I mean, we don't know all of them.
From what we understand.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. And that, of course, if that does happen, would be way down the way because we have to get through the prosecution's witnesses and their testimony first and get them to rest before we get to the defendants.
Right. So, some of this may come down to what was it about Tupac that Keffe D made him want him dead. And we know that it stems from all of those arguments, the most recent one before the murder being inside the MGM. But in Soundbite C, we have a little bit more of an explanation about what Keffe D thought of Tupac.
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dude's, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob, and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it.
I mean, you heard him there. If this fight had not happened, would Tupac still be alive? And he said, I don't know. He was, quote, ignorant. So I think that that's something that he's referenced multiple times in these interviews, too, is who he saw Tupac as in terms of his character and who he was. And it doesn't sound like there was a whole lot of respect there.
No, there was anger. And I think we heard in previous testimony of that audio, of some of those audio recordings, that one was from 2017 with documentarians. Others were with law enforcement. And in one of them, I think they asked him, like, weren't you worried that you're knocking off one of the big death row guys? And he was like, no. Keffe D, I believe, to paraphrase, was basically saying, no, he worked my nephew over and he had it coming. And then, of course, we've heard testimony at length about Keffe D and what was going on while the shooting occurred, and that Suge Knight seems to have taken some shrapnel, and that Tupac was trying to get in the back seat and try and avoid being shot.
Or that Duane Davis and Suge Knight made eye contact.
Oh, yes.
When that shooting happened. I think that was the most memorable part of that for me.
Yes. In fact, the photographer that took this photo, which is the last photo of Tupac alive, said that Suge Knight, who's driving the car, looked over to him just as Tupac did and locked eyes with him before he turned back and focused on what I think was a red light near Flamingo and Koval. So there's a lot of stories, some similar and some not so similar, especially the ones where he says he did it versus he didn't do it. And we can only complain so much about the hours and hours of video testimony, but we played this earlier, but to give you a little bit more context about the Tupac relationship, the documentarian was asking more about, what happened, what would be the motive here in Soundbite G.
The way I understand it, Tupac had a hot head and just, trying to take off with somebody, trying to be a gangster. I don't know. I guess he got a hot head for a crazy dude.
Well, he claims that the stupid necklace, that's the guy who grabbed the necklace off of his friend.
Yeah. That little $300 necklace. Yeah.
I know, it's funny, right? Like, this shit is all over. About a stupid necklace,
Yes.
People die.
So,
what happened after that?
what happened after that?
Yeah.
Shit, went to the parking lot. Got on cars. Had a little meeting. The homie said he gonna have a concert at the 662 Club. So I was just confront him and ask him why would he jump on my nephew. You know what I'm saying?
All about, in their words, a stupid necklace, which this all comes down to that, honestly, if, according to this testimony and according to these interviews.
Yes, and that's the documentarian asking the questions, Mario Diaz. He was the documentary showrunner and filmmaker. He was doing a story on the downfall of Death Row Records, which we know was a multi-$100 million operation in its heyday. And look, he said it. He said all this bleep happened over a stupid necklace. We say, that seems like a silly reason for such violence, but a stupid necklace is one way to phrase it, certainly. And it's enlightening to know that there are other people who think that a murder and a murder of this magnitude and that's catching the attention of the world may have been over something as petty as someone yanking a necklace off of someone else. Now, I realize there are rules of the street. I get it. I know that. And I know that there are things you do and things you don't do. But apparently you don't take a necklace
Yeah.
off of another gang member.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just this kind of domino effect because, of course, it was the physical fight there at the mall in California, and then the physical fight at MGM outside of the Tyson fight, and then that led to the shooting, all according to these audio files that are being played, according to Duane Davis and those, and according to his book that he co-wrote with that ghostwriter.
And the incident with the stupid necklace happened in the Lakewood Mall leading up to the Mike Tyson fight. Mike Tyson fought Bruce Seldon on September 7th, 1996. In the weeks before that, there was this incident at the Lakewood Mall. And the Lakewood Mall, Orlando Anderson was there. There were other gang members, rival gang members, and that's when this fracas occurred where the necklace was taken off. And either the necklace or or a version of the necklace is actually in evidence in this case from the grand jury indictment, and it says death row on it, and I guess they took it very seriously. And then we also learned to that end, one of the ways Death Row Records plays a part is that there seemed to have been some interplay between the gangs and the record label.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not saying it seems there was, but but not my words. That's what the testimony was that some of the musicians were involved with gang members who were pro Death Row Records and some gang members that were anti, some that were working on another record label or, for another record label one way or another. And that's Bad Boy. That's where Diddy comes in.
Yeah, when there was also apparently beef between those two.
Yeah, well, it keeps coming up. The Diddy thing.
Or Puffy, as he was called at that point.
Right. And how many times do you think we've heard his name or one
More
of his
than I
variety of
expected,
nicknames?
honestly.
Yeah, he comes up a lot, and he's in his own trouble, and he's playing. I don't think he's playing a central role in this case because I think his even though his name comes up all the time, and it seemed that law enforcement was trying to prove that he fought. That law enforcement tried to get Keffe D to get evidence that this Sean Combs was going to pay an associate $1 million for the murder of Tupac, and that was something that we certainly didn't know.
Yeah.
That Sean Puffy Combs maybe had that level of involvement. I mean, in my opinion, if that was true, or if they had any way of proving it, when they went after him for all the other crimes that they went after him for, this would have been on the list. But now I wonder if they would have to take. Well, you actually pointed out this afternoon that they may want to look at him now. Okay. To go off script here a little bit, we do know that. Oh no, I think we have it in A. I think this is in A from today. This is a FBI detective explaining this connection between Keffe D working for the government and trying to get Puffy Combs on the hook for this murder.
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could, this is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to have given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis. He says he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
And did you guys or Mr. Davis come up with a plan to get leverage on Mr. Williams, Zip? What was the idea?
Me, Detective Kading, ATF Jim Black, and Keffe D, Mr. Davis, flew to New York so Mr. Davis can work undercover to try to rekindle that friendship and business relationship with Zip.
And when Mr. Davis goes in to, do you remember the name of the club?
It's called the Zip Code in Harlem.
Does he in fact meet with Zip?
Zip, he did, but from what we gathered from Mr. Davis told us, he passed him off to his nephew, meaning Zip passed them off to his nephew to do business with him. Zip had cancer or something like that. He was sickly. He said he wasn't in the business no more, something like that. So it didn't work.
LAPD detective Darren Dupree, who testified last week, he was one of the people heard in that audio where Duane
he's all
Davis,
over those police interviews
where
from
he's heard
2008.
talking about Biggie Smalls, heard saying, "Oh, we didn't do that one, we did the other one," referring to Tupac,
Yes.
and then they asked him about, as we've been saying, what led to the shooting that night.
Yes, and to that point, he is in these police interviews, and he's in what I think is one of the most confusing aspects of this entire thing about why he talked to the authorities the way he did and what he thought the deal was. Did he think he was never going to get prosecuted? Did he think this was never going to come out? And I think it was Vanessa Murphy who was in the courtroom, our Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now investigator, doing such a fine job with her live reports every night on 8 News Now television with Brian Loftus and Denise Valdez at 4, 5, 6, and 11, saying that, this guy thought he was not a target of the investigation, but that when he went public, this went public. And to that end, even it seems one of the police detectives gave the documentarians their case file that they used to be able to say, okay, Keffe D, this is what you've told the police, and now you're telling us this, which is true, or, they can fill in the blanks with all the hours and hours of testimony, because they only had him for a couple hours. But he was with these police officers for an
Quite
eternity.
a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
But then they actually start asking him in one of these police interviews with law enforcement, what do you think you're entitled to? And that's the clip I just asked for.
Regarding this Tupac murder, were you ever, to get it clarity, promised anything regarding Tupac?
He's from Las Vegas. He's from the Las Vegas Police Department. Nobody has told you that the Las Vegas Police Department has promised you anything.
Or did any other agency promise you anything regarding the Tupac case?
That's what I'm going to say this. They said anything I talk about.
It's confidential and covered, right?
Yeah, and they said, you cannot be charged on. No, regarding the Tupac. I'm talking to you now. Did we ever promise him anything regarding the Tupac?
No, we've never had that conversation about the Tupac case.
Nothing.
About promising. The Tupac case is different than some other issues. But your conversation with him is because you weren't involved in shooting Tupac. That's the reason you're here.
Yeah.
That's correct?
Right.
You weren't involved in shooting him in any way. You didn't. Although things happened, it wasn't because you was out there trying to shoot Tupac.
I wasn't trying to shoot him.
You had some issues about Suge and some things was told to you, but it wasn't about shooting Tupac.
It wasn't about shooting.
So you hear Keffe D's lawyer at the time, and you hear the LAPD detective, Darren Dupree, and Duane Davis talking about, whether or not this actually occurred at his orchestration.
Yes.
And it goes back to, the supposed script that he said he was told to follow and that he followed regarding that night so that he could get paid for these interviews, could get paid for the book.
And he talked about that script with Vanessa Murphy, saying that this is what they told me to say, and if they wanted me, if I ever wanted to see the light of day, if I wanted to protect my friends, I would read this script, and that's the only way I'm going to go home. And we play in our trial coverage Vanessa Murphy's interview often because so many themes of the questions she asked are relevant to the prosecutor's case in chief as they're putting it on in day 6 of Nevada versus Duane Keffe D. Davis, accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. Watching our live coverage on 8 News Plus, and one of our faithful viewers on our stream here says, "Do you think they'll call Vanessa?" Well, very good question. I don't think they'll call Vanessa, and I don't know that they should.
Yeah.
But why not subpoena her interview if you're the defense and say, hey, how does this story pair to some of the other denials he's made? Because he obviously pleaded not guilty.
And wasn't the interview mentioned ahead of trial starting as well?
Yes.
Both attorneys mentioned it.
I believe that prior to jury selection, there was a hearing where one of the lawyers, and I don't know which, said he's even talking now about this and blah, 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 Vanessa Murphy. Well, let me tell you, I've covered trials with Vanessa Murphy, and it's not the first one she's been mentioned in. Her reporting cuts so close to the bone that she gets one way or another some involvement sometimes with the defendants. In one case, in the Robert Tellis murder trial, the politician in Las Vegas accused of killing an investigative reporter, she chased this guy into his home to the point where that made national news, and in his own defense testimony, he brought it up. He said, "I remember the reporter chased me when I came home from the police," and that I was talking to a retired AP reporter. He was not retired at the time, and he told me that Vanessa Murphy chase into the garage was one of the all-time best Las Vegas television moments.
100%.
Yes, and
100%.
But we're fans. We're fans of Vanessa. So I mean, I don't want to see her take the stand for personal reasons, but her interview could absolutely be relevant.
Yeah,
and could help. Could I imagine help Keffe D's defense if it shows any consistency to any other time that he said he didn't do it? And certainly, if he's going to take the stand and say he didn't do it, and he says, "I told the reporter," that's probably who he's talking about. So that's a very good question by our viewer.
Thanks for watching, by the way.
Yes, and while we talk about our viewers, Sasha, we're on 8 News Plus, right? Okay, it's our free app, free to download.
On most smart TVs, it's real easy to find usually. Yeah.
Yes, it's on mine at home.
Mine as well.
I don't watch myself, okay, but I watch you. I watch some of our
Right
colleagues.
back at you.
Thank you, and it's good. Myself excluded. 8 News Plus is great, and we have so many good shows. And it's not just the wall-to-wall coverage, but we have JC Fernandez, and he's got a show, very fun show. And we've got we have our 8 News Now Investigator program.
I was just going to say, your investigator,
Yes.
our George Knapp and Ron
Mystery
Futrell
Wire.
with Mystery
Don't
Wire.
forget Mystery Wire.
That's a very popular one.
We have a sports show. So all that free original programming is on 8 News Plus. But we've also been streaming some of this trial, most of it on YouTube. And our YouTube viewers, we have bad news. Sometimes we're going to try and wean you off of YouTube and get you to come over and watch us on 8 News Plus. You'll still be able to see our 7 p.m. program that you, me, and Vanessa Murphy do every night. But for the remainder of the day, we're going to, after this break, we're going to show you how to get onto 8 News Plus. It's easy. As long as you're younger than me, you'll be able to figure out how to do it. And then we will resume coverage for all of you on 8 News Plus. And you'll see us back tomorrow morning on YouTube and, of course, at 7 p.m. But we're trying to wean you. So please join us on 8 News Plus after this break. And we'll continue to cover Day 6, the second half of Day 6 in Week 2 of testimony of the Tupac murder trial on 8 News Plus.
That'll do it for today's show. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, I missed it.
Have no fear. JC Fernandez is here.
How did you get in here?
Not important. But missing the news is, there's a new way to watch 8 News Now with even more exclusive content. Just open your smart TV's app store and search for 8 News Plus. Once you're in, you can stream Las Vegas Now, Good Day Las Vegas, and every 8 News Now broadcast. Plus, we've got original streaming shows that take you deeper into our investigative reports, the growing local sports scene, and the unexplained on Mystery Wire with George Knapp. Getting started is that easy. Now you can replay all of your favorite moments.
So I can rewatch all of my favorite moments?
Exactly. And it's completely free.
It's in my ear. Woof woof.
Visit 8newsnow.com to learn more.